Again, doing your research. I appreciate you, and yeah, 100%. That's kind of who I am in a nutshell before Web3.
Awesome. Love it. So with that being said, the world famous midlife crisis question. JR, how'd you get the seat you're sitting in today? We like to describe it as, by the way, we used to say Star Wars episode 1, 2, and 3, but everybody got so working out some kinks here, but now I got it figured out. Enjoy the recorded content. Peeps. Folks, Mikey G here, Midlife Crisis Podcast. We have an amazing guest tonight. I am so freaking excited to have JR. Welcome, brother. Not only am I excited to have you, I'm going to reiterate this and make you blush a little on camera. You're looking really good, bro. You're looking really, really good. You know,
I appreciate that. Right back at you too. The goatee, the beard. I wish I could grow one. I can't, unfortunately. So kind of jealous. Not gonna lie.
Well, dude, I appreciate you being here. Before we do the formal introductions and get into the show, I'll do a little housekeeping quick. Any of the OGs listening right now, you should be super jazzed. Maddie and I are going to be streaming tomorrow night. Super stoked about that. Uh-oh, JR's losing it. We're losing JR already. Can you hear me, brother?
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to retweet the space here. My apologies.
Oh, yeah, no. Go ahead, do that. You're screened. I just thought I lost you. Good. Go ahead, retweet, do all those good things.
Beautiful.
But I'll keep on going on the updates. So Maddie is back tomorrow. We are going to stream Diablo 4. Where this all started from. The OGs know that Mikey G and Maddie Mintz actually started on Twitch streaming Diablo 3 and Elder Scrolls Online. That's how this whole craziness started. And then about a year after 30 followers, we realized probably weren't going to make it as pro or gaming streamers at all. And then I found NFTs, and now we're here. And randomly enough, the first project that I ever bought an NFT, a little project called Ethereals. JR might know a thing or two about Ethereals as well before the hold. And by the way, I call it Oni. How the hell do you even pronounce it? Is it On One or Oni?
It is Oni. So there's been I feel like still to this day, I hear on one force, and which was understandable though, you know, like it kind of it looks like that, but we always had like a running joke. It's like, oh, my knee, knee force 100%.
I don't know how I've just always pronounced it Oni, and I'm like, I'm totally botching that shit, but hey man, I nailed it somehow. But yeah, you I think had like started with Ethereals and then kind of transitioned, but we'll talk all about that. But this is the first NFT I ever bought. And then the kind of rest was history in the Web3 growth. And we both have some really interesting stories. And it's going to be an incredible conversation. But before we get, go ahead.
I'll say I'm excited.
Yeah, me too, man. It's going to be great. So before we get started, though, what we like to do here at Midlife Crisis, we are a professional podcast. I promise you this. I will screw it up, but we've been doing this for years, and we like to treat the guests with honor. And we don't just like to get up on stage and just start spitting random stuff. So formal introduction for the beautiful man, JR. He actually was a middle school art teacher in a low-income, high-needs district in Denver. By the way, been to Denver, loved it. It's amazing. It's basically San Diego at the mountains. If there was another place that I would live, it would be close around Denver, because I do love the mountains too. In addition, dude coached soccer, football, won some championships as well. So the dude knows a thing or two about sports and art. Serial entrepreneur, been a starving artist in Philly for multiple years, and started his own paint and sip company. Dude's been all over the place, and it's amazing to have him here. Did I miss anything, JR? Did I do you justice?
I think that was literally spot on. Again, doing your research. I appreciate you, and yeah, 100%. That's kind of who I am in a nutshell before Web3.
Awesome, love it. So, with that being said, the world famous midlife crisis question. JR, how'd you get the seat you're sitting in today? We like to describe it as, by the way, we used to say Star Wars episode 1, 2, and 3, but everybody got so butthurt that like technically it's not 1, 2, and 3 because the first 3 were not the first. So I got sick of explaining that. I just say episode 1, 2, and 3 now. So episode 1, to reiterate, is your childhood influences. Why did your mind start molding the way it is? 2, professional career. We just touched on some of those skill sets, game, mentorship, leadership, failure, success principles, and then 3, Web3 journey and beyond. Cannot wait to hear it. Let's start with episode 1. Take it away, my man.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I'm excited for this. I just want to say again, Mikey, I appreciate you having me on. And so it all started, I think my art career-ish started because of a beautiful show called Dragon Ball Z. And when I was younger, yeah, absolutely loved it. And there was just something so, I don't know if we can curse on this, but so badass about just a lot of fighting, a lot of, the anime was incredible. And I try to replicate those drawings. Like I would draw Goku, Vegeta, Trunks, all of them. And I'd spend all day doodling in class drawing these characters, and then it kind of led me into other cartoons, animes, and such like that. And my mother was an incredible artist, so I'd ask her to draw these for me, and that was in middle school. And I had the most incredible middle school art teacher, Mr. Swenson. Again, this is like 20, 25 years ago. Still remember him. And he would let me not get away with, but let me work on pretty much anything I wanted to. And I remember we had to create board games. That was one of the projects we had. And I was creating a Champions League soccer Monopoly board. And we went like, I think about a month past the date we were supposed to finish, but he kept letting us work on it. And we were the only project that he like laminated the board and went the extra mile for us. And
yeah,
once I had him, I was like, that was my first initial thought, was like, this is the coolest dude ever. I love art. I want to be an art teacher. And that was like my first ever instance of like, this is what I want to do with the rest of my life. I want to be an art teacher. And it was because of his influence. And then that led into high school, where I had Miss Trewick, who was the most incredible old lady, sweetest lady ever. And she was my art teacher. And it was the same kind of thing where it's like, hey, you want to spend a few more days, another week or so working in this art. Like, they just understood. And if you go to, let's say, any other class, history class, any other class, I'm like, hey, I need another extra week on this, most likely they'd be like, no, like, absolutely not. And so to have that support system just right out the gate in school with art was definitely a blessing. And also extremely lucky to have super supportive parents. So my parents, Scott and Joy, they still together today, and they, no matter what I want to do, it's, let's get it. As long as you do it. My dad always said, I'll support whatever you do, but whatever you do, do it right. Don't half-ass anything. Make sure if you're gonna do it, you're the best at it. And my dad was kind of a John Wayne kind of character, very kind of hard. And at the time, I was like, I'm not a huge fan of this, because you're a young kid, and it can be tough. But it really shaped me into the leader I am today. And I think I took a lot of what my family gave me, a lot of what I learned in school, and kind of meshed it together. And especially soccer too. Soccer was a major influence on my life. Played club ball, played in college, and I was captain of almost every single team I was on. And I think combining art, like the creativity of art, the leadership of being on a team and leading a team for soccer sports, all kind of, and my parents' support, all pushed me together to eventually become an art teacher. And I will say this, to kind of backtrack what you said, like, how do you get to where you are today and the seat you are today? And I think the number one thing I could say is persistence. It's not giving up. It's and I could even say that with the project. We'll get into it later on, but with the districts, there's a lot of persistence in there. But
Yeah.
to become a teacher, I was first living in New York. I went to Hofstra University and just finished my degree, got my bachelor's in art education.
Hold on.
And
I'm gonna be rude,
yeah, please,
but you're
please.
cutting forward a little bit.
Sorry.
And listen, this is your first time. It's totally cool. But I'm gonna tell you right now, you just gave me enough information to talk for the next 4 hours, believe it or not.
Let's go.
So I can't let these couple things that you said that are just already really fascinating to me. One being, you can't curse on the show. If you do, I'm gonna fuck you up. Okay? Just kidding. You can say as much as you want.
Let's go.
We are a rated R, whatever you want to say. The only thing I ask is, like, let's not go too far down the politics, religion thing, because it's just it can never end well.
Yeah.
But by the way, I had
Minimality.
minimality. I always screw that up, dude. We went through the whole addiction, bro. Like he poured his guts out live online. It was unbelievable. A fantastic conversation. So nothing's really off guards.
He's
but
a legend.
two, he's an amazing human. He's awesome. But two, the first thing that you said that struck me right away is we actually talk about this a lot, but you're a perfect person because you are a teacher and you had these teachers that impact you in a creative essence, right? I think the more that we evolve the whole STEM and, like, listen, I get it. We need engineers, we need scientists, we need mathematicians. But I think we're doing our youth of America a disservice when it comes to creativity. What are your general thoughts there?
I'll agree, and I'm glad you brought that up. So, as an art teacher, one of the things I say is, like, how important. Like, one of the main questions asked, how important is art? Where is art? And people only think, when they think of art, they only think of a painting hanging on a wall.
Right.
Every single thing if you look around in your room, every single thing in this world that is man-made was touched by an artist in some regard, some sort. You look at a chair, the design of the chair. You look at the TV. You look at buildings, the architecture of it. Something as small as a Coke can. Every single thing in this world that is man-made, touched by an artist of some sort, whether they knew they were an artist or not, creating the design of it, the application for it, touched by an artist. And I think there has to be a lot more focus put on the importance of art in the world, especially a lot of schools with programs that go out. One of the very first things that go is music and art. And
Absolutely.
I think that is a huge disservice, not only for those trying to get creativity out, because people can say, oh, you can just let your creativity out outside of school, but there's no guidance outside of school. And then there's, at least in school, it's a time for them to mentally let go for a minute. And we need to, like, allow a break. And we'll get into it, but I have so many teacher stories, teacher moments where, like, my students were like, hey, I need a break. And, like, I'm like, okay, like, let's figure out how we can work. They still got to work, but, like, I'm going to work with you. And so, yeah, I think there's a huge importance of, we need to keep pushing creativity at the forefront of everything. And again, it's no matter what that creativity looks like, it could be in 100 different forms, but definitely needs to be more importance put on it.
Dude, I love that mindset. Actually, I haven't heard somebody say it. I say it in a different way, but I love how you put it, that art touches everything. And so I went to, I don't know if I told you, actually went to design school at Penn State. And they had a top tier graphic design program. And not until then did I realize what design was. And it always explained that, and people, I see it in Web3 all the time, right? They interpret design for making things look pretty, which is not design, right? Design, if you really boil it down in its essence, it's just effective visual communication. You're communicating in a visual way. It can look ugly as shit, but if it gets the end user to do the action that you're want them to do, that is actually good design, right? And people understanding that. But the fact that the way that you said too was that design and art through everything touches you. And so I love that. But the other thing, and I would love your thoughts on this, is where I go and get frustrated too, is when you're a kid, you're not told quite yet or really understand that um, you should go to college and you need to get a desk job and you need to make X amount of money. The risk taking, the imagination, like it's such a critical point. And to be able to people to, you always teacher that hears your story and is like, I should finally take that leap of faith. I should take that risk. A lot. I said it's messed up here, fam. I was trying to stream it off my OneDrive. Didn't even think about that. I had to download it to my computer. I think that's why it stopped. So we're gonna start right here. Enjoy. Hope you like this idea.
For
Love
making
you
things look
all.
pretty,
I'll pop in
which
from time
is
to time. I
not
could do that
design,
too. That's
right?
kind of
Design,
fun, huh?
if you really boil it down in its essence, it's just effective visual communication. You're communicating in a visual way. It can look ugly as shit, but if it gets the end user to do the action that you're doing, want them to do, that is actually good design, right? And people understanding that. But the fact that the way that you said too was that design and art through everything touches you. And so I love that. But the other thing, and I would love your thoughts on this, is where I go and get frustrated too, is when you're a kid, you're not told quite yet or really understand that um, you should go to college and you need to get a desk job and you need to make X amount of money. The risk taking, the imagination, like it's such a critical point. And to be able to people to, you always hear, and I read this all the time. And my mother-in-law, actually, 20 plus years school teacher, she actually ended up getting her PhD in education leadership. So she's been teaching and really into it her whole life. And she said something that I've read it a couple times here, and this is a prime example of how we could do better. Creative people, when they read, they can visualize the book, right? The less creative people kind of just take it very literally. But something that small, if you could just tell a kid, hey, when you read, imagine, I don't know, Hunger Games, the cornucopia, right? Actually, one of my more frustrating moments in life is when I went to see the Hunger Games in the theater. When I read the Hunger Games and thought of the cornucopia, which is the middle mountain thing, like it was like Mount Everest to me, right? Like there's kids climbing up. This is a crazy looking thing. And then they show this freaking tin shack in the movie. And I looked at my wife and I was like, I am so pissed that that's the cornucopia. But the point I'm trying to make is that is such a critical time. And we should be able to push and we should be, it should be the top thing that we do is push kids to be creative. What are your thoughts there?
Again, I completely agree. I think it's, even if students, I had so many students that coming into art, their very first thought is, I can't draw. I don't want to be here. I can't draw. I can't do this. And I'm like, all right. So there's a few artists that I always point them to. And I'm like, one, you can. I'm like, everyone right now, draw a line. Can you do that? Bam. And I'm like, you see that? You drew a line. You're an artist. And let me tell you why. And then I'd show them works from like an artist. Her name is Chantel Martin. Incredibly world-renowned artist, living now. Female, just based out of the UK. And she's distinctively known for drawing just beautiful lines, stick figures, and makes a absolute killing doing it. I also refer them to like Keith Haring, who is doing these subway drawings, little, just again, stick figure-esque drawings. And I'm like, you see, and I'd always ask them, like, we'd have like I did a which is more expensive. So then I put like a work of art and then like, let's say a Lamborghini, and I have the whole class, we'd all stand up and I'm like, all right, walk to which side you think is more expensive. And like people will look at the stick figure drawing and they're like, no way, this is like, I'm like, no, that right there is worth about $500,000. And they're like, how is that possible? They're like, I could do that, mister. And I'm like, you can do that. And that's the point. And so I think convincing students that, or just anyone in general, like, you are an artist. It's, again, it depends what kind of art form you're looking at, but in some regard, everyone is an artist. Even with, again, writing is an important art. Something I practiced for a little bit too, had a little stint with poetry, was terrible at it, but I enjoyed it. And as long as I think we can keep pushing people to use art as an outlet, I think it's one of the most important things, especially for mental health, that it isn't put enough, not enough precedence put on top of it, for sure.
Absolutely. We'll talk about that later too. I mean, what we're doing right now is art, right? This is visual, this is communication, speech, that, you know, not until I had done this for a couple years. This just happened last week. You know, I gave a presentation and they're like, dude, how did you like get so good at speaking? And I was like, I got the #1 tip for you. Start a podcast and then get back to me in 4 years. Because you just don't realize what you're doing. But this is the last thing I want to follow up with. And then I want to get to your parents, because you also said a couple interesting things there too. Would you agree with me that creativity is a skill that can be learned? You were just kind of talking about it, that like, hey, you can draw a line. But we also, I think, put youth of America, or anybody, you know, it doesn't matter what age you put yourself in a box that I can never be creative. But to me, creativity and that, using that side of the brain, is just like anything else. Put 10,000 hours and you can be pretty damn good at it. What are your thoughts there?
Again, spot on. I think it comes down to persistence and just living and breathing it, to be honest. I think one thing is, I'm not going to say our generation, I think a lot of people kind of get lazy, and if they start something, they're like, get to a certain plateau, and they're like, right before they hit that breakthrough, they're like, this is too much, I'm tired, I'm gonna back off from doing this. But I think, like you said, with anything, 10,000 hours or more, or even less, whatever it may look like, creativity is it's like a muscle. The more you use it, the better it's going to be. And I think as long as you keep doing it day in, day out, practice, you'll get better at it. And I think so I understand, like, from a technical ability, some people just might not have that eye,
Right.
However, I think getting outside influence is extremely important. I think submerging yourself in like museums, in again, I like to call it YouTube University. Checking out
Yes.
podcasts, like just doing research, even
Yeah.
Instagram, Twitter. There are so many outlets of creativity that I think as long as you constantly get different like sources of creativity and just inspiration, I think that will take you miles and miles ahead. Because again, they say there is no such thing as a new work of art, because every work of art has some sort of influence from somewhere. And to be fair, though, I do think we're starting to see different forms of art, especially more recently. But I think,
Yeah.
just keep an open mind, I think. And again, like you said, persistence is key, and it's everything.
So this is another conversation. What I love about we do on the show, and OGs are just sick of me hearing it. I always say this. It's selfish in a way for me because I get to talk to amazing people like yourself, and every time I do this, I'm actually going to school, right? I'm learning a new education. I'm learning a new way. Even though I always say persistence, discipline, right? Taking risks. All of these themes are consistent with entrepreneurs and quote unquote successful people in the business world. That listen, it's like we talk about losing weight too, right? Like there's really no secret, and just
Mhm.
limit your calories and hit the gym every now and then. You don't even have to work out that hard, right? But we always want to hack. Web3 is a perfect example. Everyone thinks they're going to be a millionaire overnight. That's just not how it works, right?
Mhm.
And what I'm getting at though is these principles are the same, but what's cool is every podcast is drastically different because everybody has a different story. And there's going to be an art teacher that hears your story and is like, I should finally take that leap of faith. I should take that risk. And you never know, this conversation could impact hundreds, if not thousands of lives. That's why I really love what I do. And it's just already fascinating. So back to the persistence question now. We talk a lot about it's hard to be disciplined. Persistence is a really, really
Yes.
difficult thing, right? So I have found for me, and I'd love to hear your perspective, for me to stay persistent, I have found this podcast, which lines up what I think my superpower is connecting with people, deeply listening, just genuinely caring about people, and being able to share that with the world. And because of that love and that passion, there's been many times where 5 minutes before the podcast, I'm like, fuck this, I do not want to do this right now. But I know that at the end, I'm going to be thankful. And there's not one time that I've never been thankful that I've done it. That's what gets me through. Do you believe in that similar thought process, or is there something else that really helps you out with persistency?
Oh no, absolutely. There's if anyone says that they wake up and every single morning and they're like, "Hey, let's do it. Let's go," they're lying to you. I
Yeah.
think there are a lot of hacks that you can do to kind of make yourself, I think, do. I mean, you have to be persistent in doing these hacks too. Like one thing. So what changed my life was I read Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, and that book
Yep.
forever changed my life. And one of the kind of like mantras I have is write down a goal that you want to complete, but write it down every morning 3 times. But then say it to yourself in your mind 3 times. But then the most important part is speak it into an existence as well. So then say it
Right.
3 times as well. So then every morning, and on God, I did this every morning and every night. I would do it, and it's such a small little thing, but it makes the world a difference throughout your day. And I
Hmm.
just listened to a podcast recently as well on YouTube where because I was getting kind of like I have to, same as you. I'm like I'm getting just I was getting tired, like mentally tired.
Right.
And this person would in the morning, like I don't remember what his number was. It's pretty high, like 50 or 100 times a day.
Right.
Nike said, just do it, just do it. He woke up, the first thing he said, just do it, just do it, just do it, just do it. And he just kept saying to himself. So later on, the small tasks, like if it takes, another thing I heard too is I'm all over the place, but if it takes less
No.
than 5 minutes to do it,
Yeah.
immediately do it. Just
Yeah.
immediately do it. Take the trash out, just immediately do it. Less than five
Yep.
minutes. Have to do this, less than 5 minutes, do it. And that'll just clear your mind. It's like it's like you're clicking the box, check, got it out of the way, done. And then you're more likely to do other tasks a lot quicker. And that's why they say, all my books, but that's why they say, like, making your bed in the morning is extremely important, because you complete the first task of the day, and then you are far more likely to create or to finish other tasks because you already finished one. So you feel accomplished. All right, what's the next task? So I think there is no like golden secret. No one can make you do anything but yourself.
Right.
I think it's looking in and looking in the mirror every day and saying, again, this is David Goggins says it. He's like, do you want to wake up every morning and think, am I going to be a bitch today? Or am I going to get, and I love that though. Cause then I'm not even kidding. Like a few times I looked at myself in the mirror and I'm like tired. I'm like, I said to myself in the mirror, I'm like, are you going to be a bitch today? Or are you going to like go out and get work done? But it works. It's so funny, but it works. And I'm like, yo, I love this. And cause again, I'm a very passionate person, and I'm a very, I love pressure. I thrive on pressure, and I love when responsibility is on my shoulders, and especially responsibility of others. So I like to put that pressure on me because I feel like I can rise to the occasion, and other people are different, and that's completely fine. But as long as you just find what works specifically for you, I think you ride that, because again, there is no, like you said, there's no, everyone has a different path to success. It's completely different, and there is no overnight success. It's persistence to get where you are. And last little thing I'll say on all that is like kind of like persistence and getting to where you want. It's like that little fable with Picasso when he's at lunch and the waitress comes over and is like, oh my God, Picasso, I love your work. Can I have a piece? And all he did was a quick little, like a 2-minute doodle on a napkin. It's literally just a line drawing really quick. And he goes, here, $20,000. And she's like, it's just a line drawing. And he's like, it took you 2 minutes to do it. And he's like, yeah, it took me 2 minutes to do it, but it took me a lifetime to learn to get to this point.
Yeah.
And I'm like, hearing that, I was like, yeah. So a lot of people don't see all the work before that got you to where you are to this very point of success. It's like the iceberg.
Yeah.
You got the peak.
I love it, man. And I talk about that a lot all the time. Like, I could have a lot more followers. I could have a lot more money in the bank account, but I refuse to sacrifice my morals, my brand on what I want to build for the long term, right? I'm not thinking short term. And I've been podcasting and doing public speaking for 8 years now, right? And I feel like I haven't even started yet. Like that, it's so true. And a lot of things that you said, really what it boils down to is those habits are building persistency, right?
Yeah.
And the other thing, kind of back to what I was saying, is yet again, things that frustrate me, because like David Goggins, I read his book, amazing, super aggressive human being. Not for everybody, right? Like not everybody is going to soak that in and take it for what it's worth. Where I get frustrated though, is when people say, you must have a morning routine, and if you don't, you're going to be a failure, right? Like I love that you shared those tidbits, but then also followed it up by, it's not for everybody. And that's again why I love doing this, is because whatever tidbits we throw out throughout these conversations, it might work with somebody and it might finally click and resonate. And there's no one size fits all, especially with this stuff, right? You have to figure out what works for you. And one of the issues is I'll never forget this TED talk about a guy did a research, and he was trying to decipher why anxiety was like exponentially increasing in our society. And one of the things that he found was just this simple idea of choice, right? And he used a really interesting way to visualize it, which was like, hey, next time you go to your grocery store, just look how many different types of ranches there are, right? It's like there's 30 different ranches to pick from. And they did, like, there's science behind this. And like the human brain likes around 5 choices. You know, it can go a little bit more, it can go a little bit less, but there's a threshold where
if you don't have enough choices, you feel like you're kind of getting screwed and shorted. But if you have too many choices, the brain literally starts creating anxiety. And this day and age, there is a million things that people are telling you you must do to be successful. So the main message that you just gave that I want to reiterate is you just have to find that works well for you. And if that is sleeping till 2 p.m. and then staying up to 4 a.m. because that's just how you vibe, fucking go for it, right? But I will
That's
also...
me, I'm not a morning person at all. I will say that. I say make the bed. I don't make the bed, but like it's the concept behind it of like get your first task done. Like I'll make sure I get something done early. But yeah, I'm not a morning person, so I spew that advice because I've read it a million times and there is like scientific proof behind it. But I'm with you. I'm not a morning person. I'll be up till 4 a.m. though.
And so I used to be like that, but now I'm the opposite because I have a 10-month-old. You know, and you change. That's the other thing that people don't say enough. It's like you have to have this habit for the rest of your life or else you won't be successful. And it's like, no, you change throughout life. And if you don't adapt, you're actually going to fail. Beautiful conversation. We usually get to that later, but I couldn't pass that up because I love persistency is just a beautiful thing to talk about. And like I said, every time, last time I talked about persistency at a totally different angle. So I loved your angle. The last thing I want to touch on, unless you want to touch on anything else in episode 1, is you mentioned your parents and how having them, your dad in particular, how when you were little, it was kind of annoying and frustrating because you're a little kid and you're like, why are you such a hard ass? I'm actually really curious, at what moment in your life or like what age did you finally start appreciating that? Because it's always interesting to me to hear like when you have that aha moment, you're like, oh shit, man, dad was actually right, even though he was a dick half the time.
Yeah, that's a beautiful question, by the way. It was freshman year of college. I think when finally on my own, my first 2 years, I went up to Plattsburgh and seeing like literally, again, we're all kids still back then, 18, 19 years old.
Yeah.
But some of them not knowing how to do laundry, not like being able to cook for themselves, not being able to do things that a normal functioning adult should be able to do. I was like, wait, you've never done any of this before? It's like, no, my mom always did my laundry. My mom, to be fair, my mom did my laundry a lot too. Absolutely. But it was, I think, in college when I realized, okay. And then when I started taking, it was more so with leadership too. I noticed I always wanted to take
I just had to come in here
on
and
whatever it may be. And again, put the pressure on my shoulders. And I got that from my dad of like, always be
quick. This is incredible. I can't believe we've got plenty of people watching. Enjoy the content. I had this little brainchild of an idea because of the people in my district and the amazing creative fan. You got to check them out. Awesome, awesome community. Enjoy. Let's keep it going.
The leader, always take care of those that stand by your side, that stand behind you, always support them. And again, he was in the Marines as well. So he had kind of that grit to him. And I will say there was like, again, some few moments though where it went a little too far. So at one point I was in a soccer game and I got elbowed in the face and I had my teeth knocked out and I had a concussion, didn't know what was happening. And somehow in the last 20 minutes of the game, I still played with missing tooth, two missing teeth, still played, but I was so out of it. I remember I came to and woke up on the sidelines to my dad yelling at me. And I'm like, what is going on? And he's like, stop asking questions. Act like a captain. You're a leader. Act like a leader. And I'm like, what just happened right now? And he's like, you're being weird. What's going on? And I didn't realize till later on, I had a severe concussion. I couldn't think. I got elbowed in the face, missing teeth. And I got my dad yelling at me saying, why aren't you acting like a leader right now? And I'm like, because I can't think. Like, so like there were some points where it went a little much. But at the end of the day, to counterbalance that, I had my mom that would kind of swoop in and be like, okay, it was like almost like a good cop, bad cop. My mom would be like, okay, it's okay, we got you, honey. Like we're gonna take you. I'll take you to the dentist. We'll figure this out. So I think again, it was a perfect it really was. They did a really phenomenal job. Perfect balance of tough love, that which I needed, and helped
Right.
me build my character, and then the emotional support and love I got from my mother. It was a beautiful harmonious blend of both, and I think again, very blessed to have them always support me. And
Yeah.
I will say, like, growing up was not easy. We were very, very poor, and
Yeah.
paycheck paycheck, and my parents did everything they could to make sure that. And again, something I didn't really appreciate until later on in life, it was like how much they sacrificed to bring us to
Right.
soccer 3 days a week, to uh or more than that, actually, probably like 5 days a week, and like to do all these things. And we had 5 kids in my family, so they're trying to juggle all of us at once and still cook dinner, still do still take us out for to whenever they could. And just like it really made me appreciate when, like, even when, like, having a girlfriend, it's like, oh damn, I gotta like go out with them, take care of them, like, not take care of them, like bring them out like 3 or 4 nights a week. And
Yeah.
it's like, man, my parents were taking care of me, bringing me out all this time, and like they had no other life besides us. And it's like
Yeah.
it really made me appreciate everything they did for me and my family. And again, it wasn't until I think about college when it really hit me, like, wow, they really did go above and beyond.
Yeah. Yeah. And I would say I totally um agree with what you said. I mean, my mom was 19 when she had me. Like,
Wow.
bro,
Mhm.
I'm 42 and I have a 10-month-old, and I'm thinking to myself, what in the flying hell did she do it? Not like, how am I a
Oh.
half normal human, right? And like, mothers, I am convinced, and that people do not talk about this enough. Mothers are the true real world superheroes, man. The stuff that
Absolutely.
they do is insane. Like, I'm a dad too, and I still, like, I look at my wife and going through this process, like, I already admired her before. Like, she is literally my idol now. Like, I mean, she's just an incredible human being. And then what they do with their bodies, and just how they have this sixth sense about them when it comes to child care is amazing. So I love so this question, because I actually think about my childhood too. My mom stayed at home. My dad was a mailman, right? We didn't have a ton of money either. Um, but I didn't feel poor, and I felt like I had everything that I needed. Did you feel similar vibes, or
Absolutely. And I think it was more so holiday events is what really made it feel like home. And I will say this, like, perfect example is one year for Christmas. All me and my older brother got were a Bible and a compass. And our
yeah,
family was not that religious.
right,
We'd go to church on Easter and
yeah,
maybe Christmas. That's it. And
mhm,
they said, we can't afford anything for you this year, but we hope that this helps you guide you to where you need to go in life. And it's like, we understand, like, we got to take care of your little brothers and sisters, get them gifts. And I'm like, honestly, yes. Like, that was like one of those things. That was like my 16th actually, I think it's like my 17th birthday, 17th, when I was 17 years old. I'm like, yeah, why am I even getting presents anyways at 17? And
right,
but it was always like Christmas time, Thanksgiving, holidays is what really made it feel like I wasn't poor at all.
yeah,
And again, yeah, it's a beautiful thing, especially when you hear, again, other people's stories, and they say if you throw everyone's problems in a bag and you pick one out randomly, you'll want your problems back like nine
yes,
times out of ten. And
100%,
I think I definitely resonate with that a lot, because
yeah,
again, I will say this, went through hell as a family, and with a lot of things. Again, me personally, a lot of stomach issues, and it's, at the end of the day, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And
yeah,
I think that's again part of what got me here today. And we all stuck together. We all had each other's
yeah,
backs, and we all, like, if one person in our family needs something, the entire family shows up.
yeah,
So it's
yeah.
it's been incredible support for sure.
Yeah. And I literally actually used to say that, not really knowing. I would be like, "Hey, a lot of times you gotta get to your lowest lows to get to your highest highs." And I never really, like, fully grasp it, and then I went through my, like, major mental health crisis, and I think about that a lot, to think, like, when I was dying, I somehow held a senior level management position at a Silicon Valley startup downtown San Francisco. I
blacked out my then job interview because I realized I probably shouldn't be managing teams and budgets considering I can't manage myself. So I like went to a job interview, couldn't tell you what I said in that job interview, somehow got that job, somehow kept my job throughout this like year and a half of just second to second, right? And I look back and I'm like, fuck man, if I can do that, I literally can do anything I want. And so having having that context uh goes so far. So you being able to reference that and me being too, um it's just such a huge asset to have. And it sounds cliche when you hear it, but when you actually do go through it, it is again another like, oh, I understand that now, right? And the last thing I'll say about the family situation is, and I felt it, man, because I feel the same thing at the holidays, and I'm firmly convinced, it's just love, man. Like if you just I always knew my parents were not perfect, like no parents are. But there is one thing that was absolutely I knew with 100% of my heart, they loved me to death and they would do anything for me. And that security is so critical when you're young, right? And it can help you get through a lot of things. And I'm assuming you felt the same way too, the way you're talking about it. And I just think it's such a critical thing in your childhood, you know?
Agreed. Again, spot on. I think you put it perfectly. I don't even need to add on to that. Like, I think that security, that blanket of, at the end of the day, if anything happens, my mom, dad still say now, like, if you ever need to come home, always have a couch for you.
Right.
We turned your room into the dad's man cave now, though. But you still got the couch. And I'm like, always having that's been beautiful. And again, very blessed to have that. And I know a lot of people in this world don't have that. So it's again just blessed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I literally had a conversation with my sister today. She is my my parents got divorced when we were really little. I was like 9, and that's a pretty traumatic thing when you're that young. And so my sister and I were really, really close, have been close forever. I manifested mine in the bad way, which was like burying everything deep down inside, consuming shit tons of alcohol in college, and just like kind of putting that all off till, later on in life. My sister manifested it and just working her ass off, and she's got her PhD in nursing. She's insanely accomplished. And she was debating whether to apply for this new job, which would have had her move across the country and she would have got paid $1 bajillion. And what we're talking about with the family and the love now, I was just very blunt with her. I said, listen, I said, at the end of the day, when you lay down to rest, that last sleep, right? I promise you this, and this, you just don't want to admit it. You are not going to look back and be like, you know what? I wish I would have taken that job to make 200 grand more a year and not spend time with your family. I'm telling you, that person would have said, what the hell were you thinking? Right. But it's so hard to do in the time, right? Like same thing for me when I went through my health stuff. I have my master's, I have like a 20-year professional career in design. Like I should be pretty senior level in management, but I still have like a sole contributor job. And I struggle with that every now and then to think like, man, like I should be getting paid more. My title should be more. But then I take a step back and I'm like, I work 100% from remote from home. I get to watch my son grow up every day. And then I get to spend all of the rest of my time building this podcast company, doing what I love to do. And that is what the people are looking for. And I feel like, what are your thoughts on that too? Like, I'm assuming that resonates with you as well.
That's the dream. It's there are people out there that think money is everything. And I will say this, you hear it from a lot of successful and rich people as well, though, that like, and I firmly stand behind this. Money 1,000% does not buy happiness. At all. I can tell you that firsthand. What it does buy though is time. It gives you time to do what you want more. So it's like a balance of, all right. So I think finding the middle ground of both, because again, you can be happy. living example of it. Be happy, be successful, and you can have your cake and eat it too, is what I'm saying. Is I think you could live the perfect life of actually, this is a perfect example. Have you ever seen the movie Family Guy or Family Man with Nicolas Cage?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think that's a perfect example for those who haven't. Very quick synopsis. He lives two different lives and he sees two different lives. One life where he's extremely rich businessman, has everything he wants as far as finances, but has no family, no one to basically go home to at night that he truly cares about. And the other life, he has he's not successful, works at a tire business, and but has a beautiful family, and he is so much happier in that other life where, again, financial, he's not really there, but his mind, body, and soul is full. And I think that at the end of the day will 100 times out of 100 win over finances. And I think we got to take care of ourselves here before we think about here.
Yeah. And I think listen, COVID was horrific for a lot of the world, right? A lot of people died. But I will say for the working, corporate desk job person, there was a huge silver lining in the sense that I think it reset the mentality of how important this flexibility and freedom is. And the side hustle kind of like reignited. And what I'm getting at is there are, especially with technology, right? Because you can get a pretty cheap cell phone right now. You can get access to the internet. And yeah, even if you have to work a couple jobs to just get yourself food on the table, because let's be honest, there's also the flip side that no money can guarantee misery as well, right? You have to have at least you need the basic things, roof over your head, food. I'm not arguing any of that, but I'm saying once you do get that, there are so many tools nowadays that can help you do whatever you want. But like you just said, I promise you this, if the only thing that you're chasing above and beyond that is money, it's going to end not well. Beautiful conversation. I mean, dude, we went through, we did one, we went to some two. We have probably gonna have to do this a couple times. We're gonna do some more videos. Because I do the Web3 story is fascinating too, and I don't want to miss that. So what I want to do is I will not ask you anything else about the childhood because we already covered a lot and that was great. I want to move into kind of college, and then you started talking about the teaching, and through this, before we get into Web3, what I'm really interested in as you kind of give us the story is failures, successes, and really more kind of those skill sets that you think you gained to prep you for your Web3 journey. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
All right.
I think failure is the key to success.
Yeah.
I'd say that 100 times over. I've failed so many times, but the key is to fail forward, is to make sure that you learn from your mistakes, learn from your failures, and keep pushing forward. And some of those would include, again, we talk about college and struggle as well. This is a moment that we all have these moments that kind of change our lives, and is this mental switch. I've had twice in my life now. I've had two moments that have created a mental switch in my brain that I'll never go back from. And the second one we'll talk later on about. It happened after the Web3 space, but the first switch was I was in college. Again, I told you my family, we struggling financially, and I was a senior in college in painting class, and not senior, sorry, it wasn't senior, I was a sophomore, I think. And in painting class, couldn't afford, we had to create our own canvas, and I couldn't afford staples or supplies to interact with the art class. So my very first class I go in, and my teacher, it's funny, I learned the most from him, Rick Mickelson, as far as like design painting, but he was also the biggest asshole in the entire world, and I'll stand by that. And because there's a lot of reasons why, and not just because of me, but he called me out in front of the whole class and is like, because he knew I was on the soccer team, and he's like, what happens if you show up to soccer practice with no supplies, no cleats, no soccer ball, no shin guards? And I'm like, I'd probably sit on the bench. And he's like, well, that's what you're gonna do. And so painting classes, for those that don't know, usually classes are like 45 minutes to 50 minutes in college. Art classes is about 2.5 hours for painting classes. So extremely long classes. So what he had me do was just sit there for the 2.5 hours just to get my credit. And okay, that's fine, right? And I'm like, I understand that. I couldn't afford paints. I had no money for supplies. Couldn't do it. And then finally got enough for canvas, but couldn't afford paint and couldn't afford staples to staple my canvas. So what I did was I went in at, and again, this is the moment that mental switch happened. I went in at like, I think it was like 1 o'clock at night, because all painters had access to the studio because we were working with oil paints. So oil paints can go in over and over again, repaint it. So anyone had access that in that class to that one room. And I remember got on my hands and knees picking up staples that were left over from other students that like it just kind of fell off, bawling, crying. And I was like, I will never be in this art studio. I will never be in this situation ever again in my entire life where I have to pick up staples because I can't afford staples. And I'm like, I will never be here again. And later on too, I had to share a studio, painting studio with another classmate. I couldn't afford paints. And then oil paint is expensive. And 2-3 days later, I get a, hey, have you been using my oil paints? And I had to be like, yeah, I am so sorry. I can't afford paints. And thankfully, she was like extremely understandable and was like really, really cool about it. But I'm like, I can't fail this class. I need to, I just can't afford paint. Can you help me out? Can you spare me? And then kind of got around the class a little bit. So they kind of helped me to get together. But that was one of the mental shifts where I'm like, I will never, like in my head, I'm like, I will never be this quote unquote poor again in my life, to the point where like I have to pick up staples. And but I needed that moment because it eventually, I was broken. I was at the lowest of low, but it made me stronger. But like, all right, that started side hustles. So I'm like, I need to start making money to support myself and be able to, again, staples, a few bucks, $2-3. But like, I was literally like, it was bad. But so to bring that to like next level again, art. How can I make money with art? And so that was where my first side hustle began in college. Was I was literally doing portraits for people. So I'd be like, hey, send me a portrait of your girlfriend, your boyfriend, of your dog, of your pet. And I was doing $20 portraits, which would take like, again, 3-4 hours to do. But I'm like, I just needed some sort of money. And that kind of got kicked me off in college. And like right after college, going into, before teaching, I was a starving artist in Philly. And that kind of goes into persistence too. So I applied to a bunch of jobs for teaching, and for, I think it was 3 years or 4 years after college, I didn't get a teaching job. And it's, again, crazy how it comes full circle. But I started a starving artist in Philly. I was living with my older brother at the time. He was very cool with a lenient rent, but it was still cutting it close. And it's funny, we had a conversation earlier where we actually have different viewpoints. So the conversation we had on our first intro call was, there can't be a plan B, or there can be a plan A, plan B to be successful. For me, the way, like, again, all paths are different. I'm very much a believer in, if you want to do something like go really, really above and beyond, there can't be a plan B. And for me, again, I know we have different viewpoints, and it works for different people. I'm very much if you want to take the island, you have to burn the boats. And so what I did was, for teaching at the time, I was a server, and I think I saved up like $5,000. I quit my serving job, and I'm like, I'm going to be a successful artist no matter what it takes. I'm quitting my job. And you realize, once you hit this point of, oh my God, now I have 7, 8, 9 extra hours in my day to fully devote just to this craft. It was like oh my God, now like this is insane. Now I can create all day, every day. And I was, again, I was trying to figure out how to be successful. I wrote a book, and a book, you buy it on Amazon. It's all about how to make a living as an artist
What's it
through
called?
Etsy. Well, I'll share that with you. I'm not. This was 3 years ago.
We're not
But
gonna share this with Web3 quite yet.
if we can, but it was all the tips and tricks I learned on how I made a living for 2 years.
That's awesome.
Selling art off of Etsy.
And this was in Philly?
Yes. Yeah. This was in Philly. And it was just again a beautiful experience, because like I was so poor, but I was so fulfilled. I was so happy that every morning I woke up, the only thing I had to work on was art. And I'm like, I feel like once my back's put up against the wall, it's like I will make this work no matter what. And again, like I was showing my art in barbershops, I was showing my art in restaurants, in cafes, and just anywhere I could put my art out to get feelers. And again, if your back's up against the wall, we as humans, we will always find a way to survive and to make it. And I somehow did. And after 2 years, I jumped on with it was called, I think the company was called it was Paint and Sip, I think it was called. And I joined this company where you teach people how to paint while everyone drank, and it was for like 2 hours.
They still exist, by the way.
Yeah. And I'm like, I'm only getting paid like $100 a show, but they're bringing in around $2,000 to $3,000 a show. But I'm just the artist. I'm like, why not? I could easily do this myself. And I did it. So I started a company with my best friend Mike, who's not art. He has no artistic abilities at all, but he's great with business and just overall like know-how and persistence. And the two of us started a company called Paint on the Rocks. And I went from making $100 a show to we were bringing in about $3,000 a show, and we were doing about 3 a week. And you can imagine how much like that changed my life too, of like going from making nothing at all to bringing in a lot life-changing money. And we did some, again, for marketing for that, we did I didn't know it's illegal to do this, but we printed out like 1,000 pamphlets, and we really late at night just went to every mailbox saying, hey, you get like a 10% discount. We put these pamphlets in, like sign up. And we were doing it at like TGI Fridays, at Applebee's, at all these places. We were like doing our Paint on the Rocks, and it blew up. But that was before COVID, so it was okay. But the only problem with that was we were stationary to like 3 or 4 restaurants in the area, and we didn't expand out of that. So we can only hit that certain market so much before they're like, I'm not going to do another paint and sip class. Like I did it already. And so we kind of outran our clientele. So we're like, all right, what's next? And that's when I kind of got led into teaching.
Okay. So there's tons of amazing things there too. I think I'm gonna not ask a bajillion questions and go into teaching. I will. What do I want to say? From that time, so the back up against the wall thing, right? I actually feel this now, right? Because I work. I've made life decisions to have a really nice, comfortable life. And I struggle a lot thinking, what if I quit everything and would my podcast company grow quicker? I'm sure it absolutely would. But what I always come back to is, do I have what I want in life currently? And the answer is always yes. My question to you is, you're fully convinced on the burn the bridges, that's going to get the top work ethic out of you. I think I will tend to agree with that. From the starving artist situation, what's the other number one thing that you think about of like, this, man, I'm glad I did this because I learned X? What would that be to you?
Yeah, so I will say this too. The whole burn the bridges, it's again different for everyone, because for you have a whole family to support. You are
for sure.
You are it's completely different. So it leans into like my brother too, where My brother, I try to get him to NFTs. He's like, listen, man, I have a kid, I have a wife. If that fails, my whole family goes homeless. And it's like, there were so many different, like, so I completely understand. It's different facet. But I think the number one thing I learned from that, which took me into NFTs, was I can do it. I can survive. I can make a living for at least a few years. It might not look pretty, but I know that if I wanted to, again, I could rewrite it, make it better, learn from my mistakes. But I know that if I wanted to at any point in my life, for at least a solid year, I will be successful. I will be able to make it. And I think that's what made me quit teaching too, and take NFTs on full time. Again, my dream job that I always wanted in my entire life. I said I'm gonna pursue what I always wanted to do, was only worry about art. And again, we can get to teaching too, but like that was that's teaching saved me. I will say that. For sure.
So believe it or not, we already been talking for an hour. But we have some time, which is
That's
good.
great.
I have time too. I don't want to miss the teaching, because I feel like we've talked about it a lot and it's a big part of your life. Let's go there. And again, as you take me through your kind of teaching journey, I'm really interested, because you already said a couple beautiful things about how you taught the kids that a line is art, right? I'm interested, one, just the journey, but as a teacher, what were the things that were important to you that you thought made you a good teacher or helped you teach more effectively? I'm kind of interested in that angle.
That's beautiful. I think, I'll say, some students, or some teachers at least, they'll know their students, they'll know them by name, but they won't know their deeper story, their who they are as a human. And I think there are so many great little things I was taught from. So I will say this too. So I taught at Strive Prep Sunnyside, and my support system there as well was incredible. So
Right.
before I moved to Denver too, again, I applied to literally, I think, 10 different teaching jobs, never got them. Moved to Denver, and I had not one, not two, but 3 teaching offers immediately the first 2 weeks I was there in Denver. And again, I moved to Denver. Funny story too. My best friends were out there, and they're like, "Hey, we need a roommate." Never been to Denver, had no idea what I was going to do out there. I was like, "Oh, I'll probably just pick up a serving job, bartending job. I'll apply to teaching jobs. We'll see what happens." But I went out there. 2 weeks later, I had 3 offers for teaching jobs, and I think one thing I did, at least with teaching, that made my art class different than all the other, I think, teachers for the most part, is I took almost all my projects were focused on living artists that students could relate to. That students are like, "Hey, I can see this," because if you say, "Hey, Picasso back then, Frida Kahlo back then, they made a living in the art," students like, "Yeah, they're dead. They have their paintings on a wall," but like, there's so many other ways to make money through art, and a living through art. And
Right.
so I would have a lot of the projects I do. I would reach out to these artists, these big artists, big time artists. Again, Chantel Martin, worldwide. I reached out to her and I was like, "Hey, we're doing a project on your art. Would love if you could say a few words to the kids." And she came on. It was incredible. She came on, again, middle school students, think 11, 12, 13 years old, reaching out to someone who, again, on Instagram, like hundreds of thousands of followers,
Right.
whatever it may be, and like this famous artist. And she's like, "Oh my God, yes," sent in a video to my students and then replied to a bunch of them in DMs. And then my students all came in and were like, Mister, like, she wrote me. Oh my God. And like, then they started like doodling a bunch as well. And like, I always gave them inspiration to like go above and beyond. And perfect, really funny example actually was, I don't know if you remember at Art Basel when the artist duct taped a banana to the wall, and that was the work of art, and said, and it sold for like over $50,000, literally just a duct tape banana to the wall. And so I told my students that, I was like, "Take a look at this. This right here just sold for how much you guys think?" And they just like, "Oh, I would never buy that. $10, $5, $2 for a banana maybe." I'm like, "That sold for like $50,000." And they're like, "What?" I'm like, "Yes." art is anything you think conceptually. It's not just a drawing or a painting. So that day, like I think it was like 2 periods later, my math teacher sent me a text message of the students duct taping a stapler to the wall, and said, Mr. Foley, what do you have my students doing? I was dying laughing. She's like, they're saying that this duct tape stapler to the wall is art. And I'm like, that is incredible. I'm like, I love that. And so those little moments too. And then I'd always push the boundary. So in the district, we were the first ever districts, middle school, high school, and such, in our school in the district to be able to use spray paint. And I was pushing that because I loved students. Again, they love spray paint. They think it's cool. They like graffiti on the walls because, again, a lot of that is in their culture out in Sunnyside. And we had more than a handful of students in our school were 13 years old, 12 years old, registered in gangs, tattoos at 13. Like it was intense. And so gang like graffiti culture was big out there. So I'm like, all right, I kind of want to use that to relate to them. And so we talked about like a lot of incredible graffiti artists in the Denver local area. Talked about Banksy, and we were gonna do this. So we had them create stencils. And funny story too is they say the most troubled students, you want to give them the most responsibility, or like not troubled students that create the most problems, because if you give them the most responsibility, they usually rise to the occasion. Like, oh, I got the most responsibility, I'm gonna do good. And that's usually the case. And we had our soccer star, football star, and his name was Angel. Anything but an angel. If you're listening to this, Angel, you know I love you, but would always create absolute chaos in the classroom. And so I'm like, we're going outside with our spray cans. Everyone's super excited. We're about to be graffiti artists. And so I give him all the spray cans. I'm like, Angel, no one touches these. And he's like, okay. Go outside. I'm putting the tarp down because we're gonna put the papers on top of the tarp and spray paint on the floor. And I immediately hear shh before we even get started. And I'm like, oh no. And then someone's like, Mister. I look at Angel and he's spray painting the side of the school. I'm like, Angel. And he's like, I didn't know we couldn't do that. I'm like, Angel, you telling me you didn't know you couldn't spray paint the side of school? And he's like, all right. So we all had to go inside. But like afterwards, because I felt really bummed because I wanted students to still be able to do it, is I held after school. I'm like, hey, 2 days in a row, I was like, hey, anyone wants to come spray paint, come outside. We'll still do the lesson. And not only that too, like I was in charge of, again, I was in the soccer coach who won the championship, football coach who won the championship. I was in charge of art club. We did once a week after school, did movie club after after school. So that on top of Mondays and Fridays having we're gonna say after for teacher prep, I never had a day where I came home on time, which would be like around 2:50. Every single day I'd go in at 7 o'clock in the morning. Minimum every day I'd be home by 5 o'clock at night. And sometimes like with coaching and coaching, students wouldn't get picked up because parents are working 2-3 jobs until several times 7 o'clock at night. I'm still at the school waiting for the students' parents. And I'm like, but like, again, you use that time it might be killing you inside, but you never want to show that to students. So you're like, hey, this is all, hey, dude, like, because they're like, oh, I feel so. I'm like, no, this is awesome. Like, let's go. We'll draw, we'll paint, we'll mess around. This is awesome. Like, no, I love this time with you. And I did enjoy that time, but it was as beautiful as teaching was.
It's exhausting, I'm assuming.
Yeah. And very last I'll say is one thing that you and I share in common is like at one point before teaching, I was in a very, very dark space mentally. And because I wasn't at where I wanted to be relationship wise, financially. At one point too, right before that, I had a stint where I was at home for about a year living with my parents again at like 26, 27. I'm like, I'm serving. And this is the moment that another moment that hit me. I saw my high school history teacher, and he saw I was his server, and he goes, Jonathan, that's my for those that don't know my real name, he's like, Jonathan, what are you doing here? And he didn't mean it in a bad way. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, quote unquote, I'll never forget it, Mr. Jacobson, you were one of the good ones. Why are you a server? And that I had my first ever panic attack. So I'm like, so I went in the back, my back, I had this sharp pain in my back. Next thing I remember, whap, I got slapped in the face by my manager saying, "Wake up." I passed out. And
What?
then I'm in the ambulance, right? And this is another thing in my head. I didn't have health insurance. So I am freaking out over, I just had a panic attack over that. And then I'm in the ambulance saying, I can't go in the ambulance. I don't have health insurance. I can't pay for this. I can't
Right,
pay for this.
right.
And my manager's like, you have to go. You just passed out like in the
Yeah,
restaurant. And I'm like,
yeah,
oh
yeah.
my God. So, and when I started teaching, that saved my life. Like the
Yeah,
students, I had purpose in life. My purpose now was
yes.
to support these students. And I have a tattoo on my arm. It's a Basquiat quote that says, "Most young kings get their heads cut off." And what that means is, a lot of young students don't have the chance, the possibility, or even told they can make a living in this world because of their circumstances, because of where
Yeah,
they've grown up, because of the color of their skin, because of 100 different reasons. And it was my job as their teacher to let them know, you are going to make it. You have
yeah,
purpose. We will get you out of here. You will be successful. And let me tell you, you have 100 reasons why you say you can't make it out. I'm gonna give you 110 why you can make it out.
yeah,
And that was like, they gave me so much life. And I woke up every morning so excited to go to class, go to school. Again, it was the hardest work I've ever done in my life, but it was also the most rewarding. And I had the incredible teachers that let me have my freedom. Incredible Miss Cruzy and Miss Blackstone, who was my personal teaching coach. They helped change my life, and I will give them, and other teachers too, like Miss Montoya, who was the English teacher, but gave me so much advice. Miss
yeah,
V Hill, uh, teach. There's I can go on and on, but like I had the most incredible experience because there were a lot of teachers that have terrible support from upper management, whereas um, mine were the most supportive ever. So I definitely lucked out there too, for sure, for
yeah.
sure.
Dude, that like kind of gave me chills, man. I'm not gonna lie. Like that was beautiful. And
Appreciate
one of the things that strikes me, I'm really interested in your answer. How did you, and I'm sure this came in different ways, but what were some of your techniques to really show the kids that you cared, like you deeply cared? Because I know from the story that you just gave, you did. I'm interested in how you showed that.
Absolutely. So my teaching methods were a little unconventional.
Yeah.
Again, art class, I like to make things fun. So every single day when I would take attendance, I would literally stand on the desks and walk across the desks and like from one desk to another and be like just taking attendance. And imagine that the very first day, students are like, what is going on right now? And I'm like, again, I would do it every day. It's like it gets them excited. And
Yeah.
one thing too, greet students at the door. So some of my students, you might see some viral videos, but like I had handshakes with some of my students, and just like little things like that that make the world a difference. And I will say this to anyone, even just outside of teaching, a great thing that I was taught was, when you have to speak to a student, ground level, get to their level, get on your knees, or
Mm,
not your knees, but
yeah.
like squat down, and you're looking at them eye level. So you're not coming at them from a point of power. You're coming at them of like, hey, I'm mutual. I am one-on-one with you. We're on the same level. And that was like one of the most important things I learned too. And also, if a student is, you have to realize, as adults too, we go through hell and we can't show it. And especially with students, you leave everything at that door. When you're in that classroom, the
Yeah.
only thing that matters in the world is that class. And I had so many teacher moments where one-on-one experiences with student where not only changed me but changed them as well. And like I mentioned it before in our talk here. I had a student came in and always came in smelling like weed. 13 years old, always late to my class.
Yeah.
And always just would kind of have to do the projects, but like would show up and came in, threw books across the table. Mister, I'm not doing anything. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, Sadie, like, you're gonna be doing some work today. And
Yeah.
she's like, I'm not doing anything. I'm like, how about this? I'm like, you don't have to draw. You don't have to. You can sit in this corner. Again, she went to her desk in the corner. I'm like, you can sit there if you want, just not focus on the work. All I ask, I want you to write down what's bothering you right now. I'm like, I have no idea what's going on in your world. You can keep it. Just write down what's going on in your head. You can put your head down, relax. just focus on you. Again, you got this pass for today.
Yeah.
Comes back at the end of the school day, gives me a hug, and is like, Mister, no other teacher let me like be me, let me relax, let me like vent. She's like, you have no idea how badly I needed that. And she's like, I really like it meant the world. Thank you for like showing me that you care.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all I ask, show up on class on time. Just the rest of the week, it was like a Wednesday. I'm like, just Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, please show up on class on time.
Yeah.
Next morning, first thing I'm looking for, she's literally one of the first ones in the door. Mr. Like smiles, I'm on time, you happy? I'm like, yes, thank you. And then like she would call out other people that were late, and then she would always show up on time. And I had so many of these kind of moments too. Like a really quick one too. I had another student who going through it outside during recess, and as our teacher, we have to we're in charge of keeping an eye on recess, make sure everyone's like doing what it's supposed to be doing. And went over this one student going through hell. Came over to her, just talked with her the entire time, just like one-on-one, what's going on. She kind of spilt it. And then she wrote me a one-page letter. I still have it. I have a lot of letters that the students sent me that I keep. And
amazing.
It literally just it went through like, Mr. Like, it was really funny. It was cute. It's like, you went really above and beyond for me. You're one of my favorite teachers. I'll never forget you. P.S. I think you have really pretty eyes. And I was like, that was like pretty funny. But like,
I'll agree with that, bro. I'll agree with that.
Yeah, I had to show my. Thanks. I had to show my principal that one, but I was like, "Hey, I just want to make sure I'm not crossing any line. I just want to show you this." It's like, no, that's adorable. That's cute. But again, I've had hundreds of teacher moments where it's the one-on-one that makes the world a difference. And there's techniques too that I've learned, but I could go on and on and on of like moments and things that help.
So I want to get to Web3, but I still just a couple of things you're gonna touch on. One or a couple comments, and then let me do the comments first. I think what you said people need to hear. The world would be a better place if all teachers were you, right? Which is you go above and beyond. And then two, the thing that you said the most is like, you just have to tell, especially kids in the situation they were that you're teaching, that you care. Because a majority of their life, I'm sure they're told that no one does care, right? And you even said it. You said that person came back and said, thank you, I needed that because no one else was giving me the time of day. And you know what's ironic about the whole situation? That's what people need to hear in Web3, because it's a similar situation. It's gotten, we both know, like back in the beginning of the bull run, before everything, back in the 2020s, 2021s, right? The Clubhouse days, like it was that, hey, we're all out to help each other out. And then quickly the billions of dollars get injected and you're not living up to whatever anyone else thinks that you should be living up. And then it goes sideways, right? But I'm still firmly convinced there are some core people in this community, in crypto, Twitter, and Web3 in general, that are really want to do the right thing. And those people, me, you, Tyler, Blue, all of these people I will introduce you to that have been through my show as well. We need to just be that loud voice in the room that we do care and we are trying to do the right thing. And even though we're not going to be perfect, it's going to be okay. So you said that, and that's beautiful.
The power of I love you.
Yes.
So seminar, I took a seminar teaching of it literally was an hour long of telling these students you love them but meaning it. And so that it's I'm so glad you brought that up as far as like letting know you care, because that girl that wrote the letter, the day before I took that seminar, right? The day before. That day I'm like, I want to put this into practice. And I'm like, hey, so like I'm like, I love you. I'm here for you. If you need anything, let me know. Because a lot of these things, they weren't hearing that. They were like, it's just life is like that sometimes. Some of them living in wherever it may be. And I think literally just saying that one, I love you, I care about you, I'm here for you. That's what made her switch and be like, okay, I can trust him. I can go to him. I can talk to him with my problems now. So I entirely agree with you on that.
It's huge. And it could be a beautiful thing for this space as well. So I wanted to talk about that because it was just beautiful the way she said it. And then two, the other thing that people need to hear from people like us that have been around and have continued to build,
And I get a lot of messages, and I'm sure you get the same too, is well, you even take district, for instance, right? The amount of people that say, "Oh, I'm not the person that could be part of district. I'm not even gonna apply," right?
Mm.
You did something beautiful with that artist to just reach out. You knew you probably wasn't gonna get back. You knew you probably weren't gonna get a reply, but you still did it, and then she got back, and the most beautiful thing happened is she made these videos for your students, and now they actually believed, "Holy shit, these things are possible," right? And
Mhm.
it's the same message for the Web3 people that are really into it, understanding. I think one of the most beautiful things, I have an OG in my community. His name is the man. He literally is the man, and
Love that.
he's the man because I think everybody has a superpower, and immediately, like a district or something, you think you have to be like some uber artist, or you have to be a top influencer to even be like get through this application process and be selected. The man and I had a great conversation. He was like, "You know what my superpower is? Getting people excited about things and just showing up every day and commenting on the people I believe." And I said, "That is absolutely something that people can be doing." And that is, we need that to progress the space.
Mhm.
And that is totally good enough. If you show up every day and show support to the people that you think are genuinely doing a good job, that is totally good enough too. And I think people need to hear the message that you don't have to be freaking Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg to be successful. And then in addition, just shoot a DM to me, to
Yes.
JR. You never know. We might get back. It might just be that time where our DMs are not filled up and we can answer that question, because you are going to find people like us in the space that care and want to help people out. So I just wanted to comment on that, because the way you described it, how you did it with your kids, is just another beautiful thing. But yet another way that we can relate it to Web3 and what people should be hearing that I don't think hear enough. So just beautiful, man. It was a
Spot on.
beautiful, beautiful conversation, man. And
Appreciate
then finally, the actual question that I have, and I'm interested in this, and then we'll go to Web3. You went from one of the lowest lows to becoming a teacher. I'm assuming you didn't know much about teaching, and it was kind of a quick transition. You had to learn on your feet. Uh, how did you get through that? Like, was it just an evolution of, you had grin and bear it and learn on the spot, or were you going home and researching and studying? I'm interested how you got your through something that was like totally new and unique, on top of the fact that it was like not an easy place to teach. I'm just interested in how you build that skill set, or what you did.
Yeah. So I think again, so fortunate enough to like in college, I had my bachelor's in art education. So I went through all those art teaching classes, and so I had like the core basis of it of like, all right, I know I need this is how I make lesson plans. This is how I do this. This is how I do that. But I'm gonna be honest. Besides the long, long, long hours, it was. I don't want to. I definitely don't want to say it was easy because it was not easy.
Yeah.
But it I was just so excited. You know when people are excited about something that when you hear them talk, you get excited about it. You're like, wow, you're making me
Yeah.
excited about what you're doing. And that was me with art. So when I
Yeah.
had projects and I'm like, you have no like, I can't believe it. We're talking about this artist today and this is what we're doing. And students like, oh yeah, let's do this. And it's like the transition, the only transition that was hard um was being so I'm the most disorganized human in the world. You can talk to my entire team.
Same here.
Yeah, it's so bad. And
Yeah.
like I can't I just do things the way I do it. I have sticky notes here. I got a million Google Docs. I have no organization whatsoever. And if Keli is listening to this, he's probably laughing his brain off right now, his head off. And so that was for me, I think the most challenging part was
Right.
getting grades in on time, getting this, doing this, showing up to here, doing that. But overall, I think I was just so proud and so happy to be teaching that it seems like the hard work to me at the end
Mhm.
of every day, I would go to bed exhausted, but I would always go to bed with a smile on my face. Like, I am so happy I am here because I look back at where I came from and all the struggles I went through to get to this point. And like, even like, it took me to the point where like I was so proud, like going out to eat and meeting new people. It's like, what do you do? I'm like, I'm an art teacher. And it's like, yeah, I'm not making money. I'm making 38K a year. I'm barely scraping by, but I am so happy to say I'm an art teacher. And so for me, it was easy. It was and I will say I had the best coach, Miss Blackstone, you could ever imagine in the world, and the best principal, Miss Cruzy, who were supportive a million, like tenfolds. And I couldn't have done it. I definitely could not have made it without them. Without it.
And so that was beautiful, by the way. And you said two very critical things. One, you just basically said I had mentors, right? And mentors are so critical to help get you through. But then, interestingly enough, we're now going back to the beginning of the conversation, is you had passion, right? You had passion and you were proud, like legitimately proud of what you did. And I think one of the more beautiful things a guy said on our podcast too, he broke it down in the way that his example was video games, right? He was like, listen, if your passion is video games, you can find a job in the video game industry. There's finance people, there's lawyers, there's marketing people. Like, you don't have to be a 3D video game artist guy, right? What your head naturally thinks. So being able to find something that you're passionate about and then figure out how to get a job in that, I'd urge everybody to start thinking about that immediately, right? Because there's a lot of people that are not happy right now, but to find something that you're passionate about, find something, skill set that you have or a skill set that you want to learn, and freaking go for it. And you did that, right? Like you combined art with teaching, and you were able to get yourself to a really happy place, even though you weren't making a ton of money. And that was just a beautiful story, man. I really, really glad we went down the teaching route, because it's just, and now I'm excited to get to Web3. And I think you now understand why I do what I do. We have literally been talking for an hour and a half.
And it feels like 10 minutes.
Well, one, it feels like 10 minutes. That's what I always get excited. We have close to 500 people watching us on Twitter, which is insane.
That's wild.
Right? Yeah, you don't get that many people in a space usually, but yet live on Twitter, no one freaking watches this, which goes to say that these stories are captivating, right? And it's interesting to people, but ultimately you see why I'm doing. I now definitely got a very good slice of you as a human. And so now when we get to Web3, this is what all founders should be able to do, is share these stories. So now when you start telling me about what you're going to do, I'm going to be able to understand your skill sets. And now I just truly believe you're a good dude. And so whatever you're doing, I am more inclined to spend my money with you and support what you're doing. So like, that is ultimately why I do the format that we do. And you have done it an amazing justice so far. So I really, really appreciate it, dude. Like, beautiful, beautiful insight. So let's do this. What we can probably go for, if you're cool, maybe another 45 minutes would get us to, basically we'll go through Web3. We'll do a little bit leading up, because I definitely want to touch on like the 2021 craziness that we went through, even the pre like Clubhouse vibes and how that all, because you were part of that Clubhouse era, right? Yeah. I want to talk about that, because there's probably a lot of people that will watch this that didn't even know that existed, right? So I want to go through that. Then we can talk about obviously co-founding one of the most hype projects ever. We can talk about ups and downs there. Then we'll talk about the district. Obviously, want to talk about what you're doing, what the future looks like. Then I have one final question I ask all guests. We can say our goodbyes, and then, like I said, we have built a friendship live online. Like I said before, I promised you would do that. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. So let's do this, man. Where you think it's appropriate to start your Web3 journey?
I can tell you,
it totally up to you.
Yeah, I started my Web3 journey in my mother's basement. So this is right before COVID.
Yeah.
I was again teaching out in Denver. COVID strikes. We can work from anywhere we want, right? Because we're all on computers now. So I'm like, all right, I want to go back home, visit the family, and stay with them for a little bit. So I go back to New York, and my girlfriend at the time, again, I'm just doing my thing, and one thing with being an art teacher, which in any profession, if you make your passion your main job, sometimes it loses the love for it a little bit. So like with teaching art, I was teaching all this art, but I never had a chance to focus on my art and what I love to do. So it always killed me a little bit. I wasn't able to do that. And my girlfriend at the time's like, "Oh, have you heard about this NFTs?" I'm like, "I have no idea what you're talking about." And she's like, "Yeah, they're talking about it in Clubhouse on this app. You should check it out." And for like 2 weeks, I put it off. I'm like, it was scary. I'm like, whole new world, like gas fees, blockchain. I'm like, I'm gonna stay away. And then she's like, no, you got to get in. Like, it's really interesting. And I'll never forget. So I joined the Clubhouse app. I joined the stage of, it was Michael Rutledge, who is a big collector, and to this day one of my best friends now. And Sabet, who's an incredible artist. And there was about 2 or 3 other people on stage. And the way they ran the room was, you would go up on stage, ask one question, whatever you want to ask about NFTs, and we'll put you down. And what I did was, I'd be teaching from like 7 a.m. till about 4 or 5 p.m. And this is a routine I did for about 3 months straight. I'd get off and I'd go on Clubhouse and no exaggeration, everyone can back it because we all did it, from 7 o'clock at night to about 2 to 3 to 4 o'clock in the morning, and then wake up again at 7 a.m. And I did this for about 2 to 3 months straight, to the point where, not once, but twice, and this is when I knew it got to a point where I had to quit teaching, I fell asleep on call. So on like the team call, after done exhausting from teaching, I was kind of leaning back, and because I got no sleep, and I had to put my video off once because I fell asleep, and the whole after school thing kept going on, but it was a whole mess. So like, I will say it started in my basement, in my parents' basement, listening on Clubhouse, and I actually pulled I think a pretty genius marketing maneuver, which changed my life. So I created about 5 NFTs, and didn't sell any of them, right? And I was like, I don't know what I'm doing wrong here, and I started building a really great community in Clubhouse. And so my whole journey started. A lot of people in the space don't know me. They only know me as the Only Force founder and the district founder. They don't know that NFTs beforehand, how I got started. And there was a thing going on. We talked about this prior, but an artist, he goes by Burnt Banksy. He actually bought a print of a Banksy around like, I think $70,000 or $80,000, burnt it live on video, and then sold that artwork as an NFT later for about $300,000. I think it was like $300,000, $400,000. Wow. And this was global news at the point. It outshadowed what Banksy was doing at the point, as far as like Google Trends. And so it was worldwide news, coverage all over the world, different languages, and insane. And I looked, and it was a bidding war between these 2 people going back and forth for this piece. And I looked at both of their accounts, and I realized that none of them had anything else in their crypto wallet. So I'm like, this is when like sending people or airdropping people NFTs was unheard of. No one is doing it. And it's just like, you just don't do it because it costs gas fee to send it. And it's like, what benefit does that do? So what I did was, I waited to the moment that the one person bought the Banksy piece for like $300,000 or $400,000. And then I airdropped 2 of my, I think I had 3 actually. I airdropped him 2 of my 3 works of art into his artwork. So it was a JR piece, a Banksy that went for $300,000, $400,000, that's worldwide, and a JR piece. So in the next 10 minutes, I went from not selling 1 piece to making over $10,000 in 10 minutes. And I'm like,
crazy.
What the hell just happened? And I'm like, I'm literally getting goosebumps right now talking about it, because that was one of the moments that completely changed the trajectory of my life.
Yeah.
And it was literally a fake it till you make it story.
Yeah.
Because then all of a sudden people were like, I was getting DMs all over the place. Who are you? Why does every piece? What's going on? What's going on? And that lit an idea in my mind of like, what if I start airdropping my just one piece to like major collectors in the space, major celebrities in the space? So that's what I started doing. And I think I kind of will take, I will take a lot of credit of this. Like when it was cool, okay to do it, is I was one of the ones that kind of started that meta of airdropping your pieces. So then like when Taco Bell had an account, guess who was one of the first people to give Taco Bell an NFT?
I love it.
And then all of a sudden, that built off of it. And what people don't know is in my first 2 months of selling art, I made just shy of $200,000.
That's insane.
Yeah. And this is while I'm teaching art full time.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, I'm going to finish out this school year.
Yeah.
But after this, I'm done. I'm going to focus full time on this NFT world. I'm going to, again, at that time I felt extremely comfortable. And I'm like, okay, I have way more than enough financial support to make this leap. And so I quit. And then I started, another big thing is I'm huge on the more you give, the more you get.
Oh,
and
100%.
I spent a lot of that money buying artwork back from the community. So all these people I spent, if you look at my OpenSea wallet, tens of thousands of dollars on personal artworks. So not just like PFP projects. I'm talking about artwork for people that were selling art and for art's sake. And that helped me out just as much as that other thing, because they were saying, oh my God, my artwork got bought by JR. Thanks, JR. Thanks, JR. And so I even use that in a way. Again, I love supporting art and I love supporting people, love supporting dreams. But that itself too was marketing in a way. Again, I like to think everything I did was kind of a controlled chaos. And so that's where I guess my personal story got started. And then what really helped was I got a message from, if you know, two people actually, Dario, who's an incredible artist in the space, and Taylor What the Fuck, who is also working with me right now on the district. Both of them sent me a DM and were like, yo, these Bored Apes, they got some pretty cool pictures. They're minting right now. You should take a look. And I got this message at about like 11 o'clock at night. So I minted 11 of them. And then I got a 4 a.m. I see that they sold out. And silly me, I sold 3 of them way too early. I made it so they were selling for 0.08. And I sold 3 of them for 0.16. I'm like, yeah, I just made a flip. This is awesome. And one of them was like a Deathbot skin. And I'm like, I don't care, like whatever. But later on, I will say, like, I've sold numerous stems for over like hundreds of thousands of dollars. And like that, again, a lot of people they think all this like success came from Oni. It did not. Like I made 6 figures with my own art. I made multiple 6 figures selling Bored Apes. And again, that community, being a part of that Bored Ape community made me realize what it takes to build a core beautiful community as well.
Yeah.
And that took me into OniForce.
Yeah. So that is a beautiful story. I want to say something interesting that just popped in my mind. So if you just hear that, I want to, people that are just familiar with you, don't know who you are. You literally are like a legend in the space and the essence that, no, you really are, man. I mean, you created one of the most, you created one of the first, and like everyone's like Azuki. It's like, nah, man, like there was you before Azuki, right? There was your project before Azuki. You just went through the meta things. And this is what I want to point out. And this is going to be one of many shorts that comes from this conversation. I want everybody right here, right now, that is trying to make bajillions of dollars listening to these shitbag influencers because they have, I don't know, 200,000, 300,000 followers, and they're doing copy pasta and they're trying to make you buy these fucking horrible shit meme coins. You just heard the beginning of this journey. How many followers do you think JR has? Guess what? It's south of 50,000. These are the types of people that you should be listening to, not the people that have 150,000 followers and are copy pasting bullshit meme coins. Like, this is what people need to hear and need to understand, that if you get to connect, and if you're like, hey, I just lucked upon Mikey G and Midlife Crisis podcast. This doesn't happen often that I get to hear a story like this. And it's like, well, that's a lie, because you're a human too, and you can reach out and figure out people who know these people, hop into a Discord and chat with these people. And it's on you all for not trying to find the people that are building the space correctly. And not to say JR is perfect, not to say I am perfect, right? But the intentions are good, and that's what matters. So I'm not going to name names, but you all probably know I would literally unfollow and mute those people, because you're doing yourself a disservice, and you need to find more people like JR. I just had to do that public service announcement, man.
Appreciate it.
Because it is the thing I think that frustrates me most about the space. And now back to the question, though. I think the other thing that people need to understand about what you just said is, you put yourself out there, you took a risk, and you had no clue what it was going to pan off. My interpretation of why it worked, though, was, I would say, the first part of like seeing the trend and then getting your artwork into that guy's wallet. That was some solid timing. But then you then followed it up with what I think is paying it forward, acts of kindness, in the sense of you bought more artwork back and you redistribute that wealth a little bit. Is that what you would attribute part of that journey to, or am I missing something there?
No, 1,000%. I think back then too, especially the whole resident, like everyone was thinking WAGMI, and we all truly believed it. We were all going to make it. And that was like everyone supported everyone. It wasn't just me, like anyone that's like, hey, can you hop in this clubhouse with me? Can you hop in this Twitter space? Can you share this? And it's like this whole sentiment of like, hey, if you can't purchase a work of art, understandable. Like some of the works of art were pretty expensive, but it's like, you know what's free is leaving a comment. You know what's free is retweeting this. You know what's free is just showing up and saying, hey, this person has work for sale. Hey, I can't afford it, but would love for you to check it out. And again, that alone has a perfect example too. So I was in a space, a clubhouse space. This one, like Farouk was leading the clubhouse. Absolutely, he was crushing it on Clubhouse. Had like literally at points thousands of people in the space.
Yeah.
And I forgot what artist he had on stage, but I went up and I was like, hey, I just want to let you know, and I really did. I'm like, I absolutely resonate with your artwork. I love it. I think it's incredible. I just want to let you know, I purchased your work. Proudly gonna post this on Twitter. Da da da. While I was talking, and this is a nice little marketing for anyone out there, and I learned, that was the moment I learned, okay, I'm going to use this as well in the future, is while I wasn't even talking about myself. I was talking on stage for about 2 to 5 minutes, giving all the love to this artist, talking about the artist's piece, bragging about this artist, saying how incredible this artist is. While that was happening, in that span, I sold 3 works of art.
Yeah.
And I wasn't even talking about myself, talking about my art, nothing. I was just completely focusing on this person.
Yeah.
And that was like a green light in my head too, of like, I learned one thing. I learned a lot about Clubhouse too. It's like, I mean, we don't have to go into like about Clubhouse because that's kind of obsolete now. But like I learned, you have to show up. You got to be on stage. And again, the more you give, the more you get. So the more I was supporting others, the more I was receiving tenfolds back from the universe. And I think again, it's give as much as you can, and I'm telling you right now, it'll come back tenfolds for sure.
Yeah. Oh no, absolutely. And I mean, Twitter Spaces kind of replaced that, and I think and in a more, there's definitely a different vibe, right? But it's unfortunate that WAGMI is morphed into what it is today, but that's honestly the nature of the beast. You couldn't expect it to last like that forever. It was so small, and now it's gotten bigger, and it's pretty much impossible. Now you can have that in pockets, and we can really try hard to make that a thing, but it's difficult at an ever expanding pace. So I love the bragging comment. Yet again, another just fantastic short. The before we get on to Oni, you said one thing that was super interesting, which is you used Bored Ape as a education piece on how to build something properly. Take me through that, because I think that's a really interesting comment. What did you learn there? What were you paying attention to? Because I think that could be helpful for other people.
Absolutely. So first thing I learned was when we were all together in this clubhouse room making monkey noises together for absolutely no reason. At one point too, like the president of Time magazine, Keith Grossman's in there. We got like the founders that were in there with us as well. And then we started like raiding other rooms and all jumping in other rooms with our Bored Ape profile pictures. And that like led me into his name is Burning Bush. He created this project called 8-Bit Booties, and it was like these little butts that were 8-bit, and we all used them as our profile picture. And then we would jump into other spaces, other rooms, and all of a sudden there was like 100 people in this room with these 8-bit booties, and it was like all you hear on stage is, "What is going on right now? Why all these like 8-bits on our like butts in our room? What are they listening to? Like what are they doing?" And but then all of a sudden they were like, "Hey, bring someone up on stage, let them talk about their project. What's going on, guys?" And like we start laughing, we jump on stage, and so that kind of gave me the mindset of also guerrilla marketing of like, if you can get a core solid group, and all you need is about 100 people. If they live and breathe your project, that is all you need, because at the end of the day, the best marketing is word of mouth marketing. So you are going to trust someone that you truly like. I would, if one of my best friends is like, "Hey man," again, perfect example, Dario, "Hey, check out this art project. Incredible art. Seems like a cool project. I want you to check it out." I went all in. I checked it out. And that's how I found the Bored Apes. If you see some of these like influencers, like again, 200, 500,000 followers that just shill things that they get paid to shill, I'm not looking at that garbage. Like I'm just going to bypass it. No, absolutely not. Like I'm not about that life. So one thing I learned too is the importance of connecting one-on-one, and word of mouth marketing is everything. So treating your community well and great is something I learned. And I will say this, something I took advantage of with the OniForce community. We can get into that in a second, but there was a point in time where I pointed the blame elsewhere, and it was on me, and I was pointing the blame on the community. And I, again, learned the hard way. Something I learned, but something I am taking with me into districts. And I think that's why right now our district community, OniForce community, is incredible too, but our district community, it's bar none, I think, one of the best communities I've ever been a part of my entire life, because they are so supportive. But it's because of I learned the hard way of what I should not do with OniForce and what I should do with OniForce, and took it to my district.
Have you heard of what's up, folks? Just wanted to pop in. Overwhelmed by the first day of Midlife Crysis TV response. Got close to 300 people. If you're watching, please enjoy the end of this epic conversation. Be on the space 7 p.m. PST with JR and fam. Although he's traveling, not sure if he's doing the bourbon thing tonight, but if he is, I'll be there. Next up, DSK DAO. Please leave comments of your favorite pieces of content. I will be giving away badges and free shit in the future. So get excited. Thank you so much for the support. Keep on enjoying. Later. We're working together now because he's been on my podcast. I've created a lot of really close friendships through this process, as you can imagine. It's called DSK DAO. This guy name is Blue. I'm gonna have to link you up. So
please.
Perfect, same concept. So he's been working for over 3 years at this point, and he has a free collection that's 222. And it's 222 for the same exact reason. And me and him are firm believers, is like you said, 100 people, 200 people. And I don't know if I told you this maybe in our intro conversation, is I suck at investing. I will never be good at investing. I need to pay somebody to invest. this to me is brand 3.0. In the future, really successful people from this space, yes, there will be a ton of successful tech companies, but I really do think we can revolutionize brand in the sense that District, DSK, if you do it properly with brand being your community, and Bored
Mhm.
Ape did it right for a while, but then it fell apart because it got corporatized. And what I think you need to keep, sorry, my dogs are, hey,
Go.
stop barking. Is if you keep the community front and center and use them as the power to propel your company forward, I think magical things can happen that we've never seen before. The only thing that I can think of from a Web 2.0 who kind of manifested it more than I can think of anybody else is Red Bull, right? They could have created a brand that created a culture that really like brought it to the forefront, which is that extreme sport world, right? That counterculture world. They used brand to create a lifestyle. What's different about Web3 is the community is your brand, right?
Mhm.
And we're not doing it. No one has used it properly. And I think DSK and I think you have a very, very good chance of doing it right. So that's what I wanted to say because I think you're right. The other thing I wanted to say is I think you're spot on with one-to-one. You know, like I said, my process for this show is no one comes on the show unless I talk to them for a half hour in an intro call. We vet each
Mhm.
other. We understand what we each other are about. Like, how would this podcast go if I just did the space style and was like, hey, come up on stage. Let's see how this goes. Right. But
Mhm.
that little thing that I just one extra thing. Yes, does it take a lot of extra time out of my day? Absolutely. But is it
Mhm.
worth it? Yes, because it's allowed me to build relationships, but also made me realize that I think the answer is in front of everybody's face because it's so simple, but no one wants to realize it. We've gotten so caught up in these vanity metrics of how many followers do you have? How many likes are you getting? When it's literally called social media. You know what the most effective thing you can do in social media is? DM and get somebody on the phone. Like, it
Yes.
is literally called social media, and that is the most effective thing that you can do. Talk to as many people as possible, and you're gonna be able to utilize these platforms way better than you would be trying to create some groundbreaking content to get a bunch of likes. No one gives a shit at this point. And by the way, I just have been reading tons and tons of articles about this, and the fact YouTube's already changed their algorithm. They're all in the same content is really gonna like a lot of these vanity metrics are even
Yes.
gonna go away in the algorithm, right? So unless you're creating content that resonates with your audience, then these algorithms aren't gonna give a shit anymore. And how do you do that? How do you find your audience? You need to talk to people. You need to
Mhm.
understand your audience with conversation. So I'm glad that you said that because that's a beautiful thing as well. So now you've learned about Bored Ape. Let's go get into Oni, and then I want to spend the rest of the time on District, and then we'll close it out.
That sounds beautiful. Oni Force. Whew. What a roller coaster.
I want ups and downs as much as you're comfortable
Yes.
sharing.
Yeah, I'll tell you the good, the bad, the ugly, the beautiful. The good, uh, I'll start from day one. So day
Yeah,
one, it all started again. Same thing with District. Started with the DM. I DM'd I'm Complex, who is one of the best artists I've ever had a chance to work with, but just in general.
yeah,
Um, and I saw his artwork. I thought it was incredible. And actually, before this, funny, if you know the band The Gorillas, and
yeah,
actually a lot of people don't know this either, how Only Force got started. So, or the artwork in this the first ever side PFP project. I looked at a Gorillas album, cover album, and
uh-huh,
all of them were looking sideways and had this like cool cartoony vibe and
yeah,
anime. I'm like, yo, that is amazing. And I'm like, I want to try doing this. So I tried drawing it, couldn't draw a character that looks remotely close to what I had imagined. And I'm scrolling through Instagram and I see I'm Complex's work. And I'm like, damn. I'm like, I connected with him in Clubhouse a few times. Let me send him a DM. And the very first DM I sent him was, hey, what's up, I'm Complex? Huge fan of your work. And we even posted this on Twitter. And I was like, I think I have an idea that could make us $1 million. Do you want to hear it? And his response back was, as long as it's not an animal PFP project, I'll listen. And I was like, yeah, I was like, awesome. Because this is when, like, after the Bored Apes, every different animal you can think of was created as a PFP project.
And they all had laser eyes.
Yes, facts. And so he's like, I'm like, here, this is the idea I have. Give him a few concepts to go off of. And I'm like, see what you can come up with. And I thought he'd have like 1 or 2 designs. The very next day, he had like 4 or 5 complete characters done, and is like, let's build this. Let's get a team. Let's start creating something. Let's get this off the ground. And I'm like, as soon as I saw his art, I knew. I'm like, this is something special. This is something that I've not seen in space. Again, it's gonna be the first anime PFP project, first side profile PFP project. It's different. It stands out. And I'm like, all right, who do I know that could help build this? And at the time, I met Strawberry in LA, and Strawberry just built his Jared just built his project too, called like the 10,000 different strawberries. And I'm like, and Gary V got on board with that, and like he sold it out, blew it up. And I'm like, all right, I know Jared can make the website back end work, and we got in Crypto Spaces, who is, I'll say to this day, one of the smartest men I've ever met in my entire life. And they work together on the back end, front end of the website and building, and a lot of the lore came from them. And then we're like, we need a community manager, and then we brought in M. Berge. And M. Berge was incredible with community, always on Twitter Spaces, always just like, we literally put together, I always said it, the Avengers. So at our time, we were all at our peak. Me with marketing, and with community, Strawberry, Crypto Spaces with dev work, and again, the incredible art of I'm Complex. And we pieced together this perfect storm. And one thing I did with Oniforce, a lot of the OGs members, when starting the project, I wanted no distractions at all. And I did what, if anyone see Rocky 4, when he's fighting the Russian and he goes into the wilderness to get away from his family and just focus on that, I took the same concept. I went to Mexico, Tulum, completely by myself for 2 months, no friends, no family, nothing. And I just focused entirely on the project. So the morning I woke up, 7 in the morning till 9, 10 o'clock at night before I go to bed, I was just completely focused on the project. I had no distractions. Wow. And going to Mint, again, I was middle school art teacher, just got into NFTs. Then like I was, again, about 2-3 months later, started building Oniforce. And we immediately sold out. And a lot, again, I can go to a lot of the marketing tactics I used. Didn't spend a penny. I won't bore us with some of those, but like I think a lot of really genius little kind of things I did that helped build the hype of this project, which took it from a mint to, in the first 8 days, it traded $110 million in the first 8 days.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Now, a little bit of it is timing too, but I would say
a lot of it.
Blood, sweat, and tears went into it too. But you're talking about, I am firmly convinced, a time in NFTs that will never be replicated again.
I agree.
I don't think we're ever gonna, I was one of the original Hate Beast mod. There was 1 million people in that Discord server.
That's insane.
1 million, dude. Mm-hmm. In a Discord, not a Twitter follower, in a Discord. Yeah, it's just never going to be replicated again. But 110 million in 8 days, that's insane. I am going to force you to at least give me 1 or 2 of those marketing tactics, because I think that would be great tidbit of information. What do you think are top 1, or just 1 or 2, or the top ones that you use to kind of create that fervor and hype?
I got you right now. And I will say this too, though, before going to that, working with District, realizing this marketing back then has to be done completely different than marketing now, because hype marketing is not the way you want to go, because you see 1 million projects, hype, mint, crash.
Game over.
And so with us, one huge tip I'll tell people is, if you want to get the attention of, let's just say, anyone on Twitter, and I literally just did this with the District too, with Iggy Azalea, is I put notifications on for Steve Aoki, Gary Vee, Ja Rule at one point because he was like big in the space at one point.
Mhm.
And I put my notifications on for them. So whenever I saw they put out a tweet, I knew that I had 2 minutes to catch their attention because I know they're going to be by their phones for at least the next 2 minutes, probably checking immediate comments and responses. So all of a sudden, Steve Aoki puts out a tweet. I immediately go on Twitter, I already had the tweet planned out, copy, paste. Hey, NFT community, we love Steve Aoki. Let's get him a part of our community. Comment down below. And all of a sudden, 100 tweets come in. A minute later, Steve Aoki's in our DMs. Hey, what's this party about? What's going on? Like all the hype. It's cool. What's happening? And I was like, hey, and that's where we're like, I can't believe I'm talking to Steve Aoki now. And next thing you know, we're flying out, meeting Steve Aoki in Vegas, and he's like doing this whole insane. And he's like, this whole big ordeal. And then did it again with Gary Vee. Then Gary Vee's in my DMs, and it's like, but another thing too, like the more you give, the more you get. This is post like about 2-3 days post mint. Got Gary Vee's attention, and he's like, this is the point everyone's giving him free stuff, and only for, I think the floor was 7 ETH, and at the time like ETH was like 3,600 or 3,800. So it was like almost a $40,000 PFP. Oh, sorry, like $30,000 PFP at this point, just under. And I was like, hey man, do you have any cool ones we can give you? And I'm like, it's a lot of money to just like give someone. And I'm like, you know what? I gave him, so I bought my Forever Oni. I bought it. Oh, I bought it and I gave it to him. I was like, here you go, man. I'm gonna gift you this. I just want you to know the floor price right now. I think it was like maybe it was like 25,000. Here you go. I'm literally gifting you a $25,000 PFP. All that I ask, you hop in our Discord, you join the community. Gary Vee goes to Discord. It explodes again. Now the whole Web3 space is looking at us. And then the one that kind of like, there was a few moments with like celebrities that kind of like went above and beyond, but then we did the same thing with Logan Paul, and that's when it just, that was it. And that's when it went absolutely astronomical, because then he bought the highest ever Oni at like $600,000 and change for one of our commies, which is one of our Oni gods. And so we built this hype. And again, the marketing thing is, to come full circle to talk about marketing, is if you want to get someone's attention, turn their notifications on, and as soon as they tweet something, I'm telling you now, you have about 2 minutes to get their attention while they're on their phone or computer, wherever they are, and have your community support you and get your whole community behind it to get their attention. And we did that with Iggy. We had our incredible artist Evie already drew the Iggy profile picture. We had it in our back end just waiting, and we're like, all right, when are we gonna post? And then we saw her tweet out, and I'm like, now go. And so we put out the tweet of Iggy. We said, all right, everyone, like we made it a part of one of our quests, like everyone go comment on Iggy's things. We had our community get behind it. Next thing you know, a few hours later, Iggy literally retweeted it or quote tweeted it, said, yo, this is badass, sent us a DM. I'll leave it there, but like and now Iggy Azalea was in our DMs for the district. And so you don't want to overuse that kind of tactic, but it is, again, that's one major thing that I think made a big difference for us, was waiting for the perfect time and then using the support of your already built community to get their attention too. Because maybe they don't notice one tweet from someone, but if all of a sudden there's 100 people saying district, Oni, they'll be like, well, okay, what is this now? Let me check this out. So that was one thing that definitely helps.
And that's a beautiful story and relates to exactly what I was saying, brand 3.0, right? You're most people that are buying now, listen, it's a little, technically you're still offering a product, which is art, right? But like, I don't know, you're not doing that for Tide or whatever. But you're still, no matter what brand it is, I'm even firmly convinced, if you had the right message behind detergent and you used Web3, you could still get a community of people to like go be your evangelist, basically, right? And that is, you just nailed it. That is the power of brand 3.0. And if you can use and continue to harness that, because listen, it's never going to exist on Twitter forever. And you're going to have to continue to stay innovative and learn how to harness your community in effective ways. But if you can do that, the world's your oyster, man. I'm firmly convinced. But that is
That is timing, that is genius marketing, and that is the power of community and Web3 right there, all wrapped into one. So thank you for sharing that, dude.
No, absolutely. Again, that was the, again, I think it's perfect transition. That was the peak Oni force. We had every single person reaching out. Like Stevie Oki was like, hey, we want to create a card game for you. We had FaZe Banks like, hey, let me get a part of this too. And we had the biggest, like some of the biggest names ever wanting to be a part of that project. We had, and I will say this too, we had a team of incredible writers that were pitching us to go have an anime on Netflix and on Hulu. He's like, hey, we're going to get it out. We want to get you. And I'm like, this idea is incredible. But we had, again, 1 million people coming at once. So then we didn't take a lot of these deals that in hindsight, I'm like, holy shit, what if we were the first ever to accept this? And the reason why I didn't is because they wanted a large portion of our company to run this Netflix series. And we're like, at the time, we're like, we don't need that. Like, we don't, like, we're doing just fine on our own. No thanks. And that ultimately, a lot of those small little choices we made slowly kind of led to the decline and downfall of the project. And I will say this again, the OniForce community was incredible. And to talk on the downfall, I think a lot of that, and I will say this, a lot of it did fall on my shoulders. And the reason why is we built, I will say this, again, it takes the whole team to build it, but a lot of the marketing, a lot of the hype came from a lot of the ideas that I had. But again, it's everyone had to put everyone on the team did their work. Everyone, if one person didn't do something, the whole project would have collapsed. So it was definitely a full team to get us there. But a lot of the downfall happened because I knew marketing, but I didn't know PR. I didn't know public relations at all. And I didn't know how to manage a now, again, $110 million company. Again, we only got a small percentage of that, but it was still pretty. It was still very nice. It was still, it was amazing. However, I didn't treat it right. And where I, again, one thing we're doing different with the district is I got so burnt out, and I never thought in my life I thought it'd be possible, because I was doing something I loved 7 days a week for, at the time, it was like just on Oni, I think it was like 6 months straight. I didn't want to open up Twitter. I didn't want to go to any meetings. I didn't want to do anything because I just didn't want to think about anything NFT related. I was so burnt out of just work 7 days a week nonstop. And the blessing and curse of Web3 is, especially being a founder, is it's a blessing that you can contact a founder and say, hey, I have these great ideas. It's also a curse where it's like, hey, I have these ideas. Like, fuck you. What are you doing? And so at one point, being literally the highest point in my life, like mentally, to the lowest point in my life mentally of, and again, I've said it a million times before, like I take full responsibility for not producing the results I should have produced with the community, incredible community we had. And again, I've been on spaces before talking about this, and I like talking about it now too, because
that's leadership too, is taking ownership and responsibility, right? At the end of the day, like, I'm glad that you said that too, but I'll tell you what, I've thought about NFTs too, but I said no because I didn't want to go through what you went through. And I saw that writing on the wall, and I was just like, I just don't want the weight of $110 million of people money. And now I have to live up to, I mean, that's a lot of money, man. And that's a lot to live up to. And it's all happening quick at once. Like you said, you've got all these celebrities and it is just popping all at once. Let's be honest. Other than an Elon Musk brain at that point, not many people in this world could have managed that situation.
Yeah, we should have. I think, again, everything is hindsight. Is we should have built immediately a bigger team, a PR team. We should, again, all of us. None of us on the team had business background. We were lacking a business mind to do that for us. And it's like, why didn't we think hindsight to do that? And again, it was a lot, to the point where, again, I was getting, and this is on a daily, no exaggeration, death threats. Somehow my address got leaked, so I was getting letters written to me. I was getting phone calls at all hours of the night, and But I will, and it was horrible because again, and then going into Twitter and Discord, and the only thing you're seeing is people literally saying they hate you. I understand why though, because if I invested my only $20,000-$30,000 in this PFP, and then all of a sudden you think the founders aren't doing anything, and we were trying, we were doing everything we could to make it work, and it just something wasn't clicking after all that success. Like, I understand their pain, but at that time, I didn't. At that time, I'm like, I'm fucking trying, and like I was getting angry with the community, and I was like, why are you guys not supporting us? We're trying, but in hindsight, they were doing everything they could to support us. They were like, they were there through the hell, the fall, the everything, and looking back, I was pointing fingers, and it took me about 2 months after the whole downfall to realize why I'm pointing fingers at everyone else but myself right now.
Yep.
And then it took me. I had this talk with you, but and no one really knows this. And we had this talk about it, but the lowest point in my life, my immediate team knows this because they let me to like, hey, take a break. But first time I went to Joshua Tree is a point where the hate got so bad, and so I could not mentally deal with it anymore, because one, not only did I let the community down, I let myself down, I let a lot of my close friends down. Like I still to this day, one of my best friends, his name is Brendan North, incredible photographer. He's like, hey man, like he'll every now and then he'll remind me like, hey man, just let you know, like I spent thousands and thousands of dollars at PFP, and now it's not really worth anything. And I'm like, dude, I'm like, again, I'm so sorry. And that, again, but to him, that was literally like almost all the money he had. And I'm like, so I had the weight of the world on my shoulders, and I went out to Joshua Tree, booked a one-night stay, and I was going to take my own life. I was like, this is it. This is where it ends. I had a pre-planned tweet that was going to go out. I had letter done. I had everything. I had my old-fashioned, and I won't go into too much detail how everything was going to happen, but I was like, this is it. This is done. And I had a just an incredibly magical moment in Joshua Tree that saved my life. A bunch of Marines out there saved my life, and I won't go too much into that. But I was at the lowest of lows points in my entire life. That that Web3 did it. Like again, Web3, the pressure did that to me, and all this kind of conspired and transpired because of, again, I learned a lot, and one of the major things I learned was learn to breathe and take a break, and learn that you can't do 24/7. And so one of the biggest things we're doing with District is, and I'm stand by it. Again, I'm a huge mental health advocate, especially after everything that's happened. Is we have Sundays off, so Sundays in our Discord's closed. Besides like District Square, the outskirts is completely closed. We encourage people on the weekends, go touch some grass, take a break, take a breather. Life is too short. There's a life outside of Web3, and that's why we have, especially on the third Sunday of every month, we call it District Day, because we want people to go out, put my charger in, and know that there's more to life than just NFTs. And again, that was again the rise and fall of Oni. And the biggest thing I learned too, and I want to give just a massive shout out to Starlordy, who is the new CEO at OniForce. He has done, and the whole team, Art Snitch, Vert, and their whole team, Old Fashioned Research Fund, which again I think is so funny because Old Fashioned is my drink. It has a weird, weird, deep sentimental meaning to me. And
full circle there.
Like the darkest moment of my life, had my last Old Fashioned, and to Old Fashioned Research Fund took over, and they have done an incredible job with OniForce, with the revival, with bringing back the community again. And I was in a space about 2-3 days ago, and the whole space was, what brings community together too is going through hell. So a lot of the community that went through that turmoil with us with OniForce also were brought together by almost like, I hate to say it, but like a hatred of the founders in a way. And but at the end of the day, it's like now, like I've mended a lot of those relationships, because I think one, I owned up to it, but two, I kept showing up. So I was getting all that hate. I kept showing up in Discord. I kept showing up on Twitter, and just taking the beatings that I fucking deserved. And I was like, hey, I know I deserve this. Hit me. But it got to a point after a few months of being told you're worthless, like every day for a few months, I was like, as a man, I can't handle this anymore. And I'm like, this is it. And so once we sold OniForce, I told myself I'll never ever touch another NFT project ever again. And on God, I could not. I still to my day, like I rarely open up Twitter messages because I have severe anxiety about what people are going to say to me. Same thing with Instagram, because I literally do have like PTSD from it, and I didn't create another NFT artwork for I think it was about a year and a half. I didn't create art because I'm like, I don't want to put anything out. I don't want to do anything Web3 related. I was still in the space, still supporting other communities. But as far as myself, I needed a year and a half to at least think about working on something else. And it wasn't until 2.5 years later, I think, that we were here at District, or 2 years later. So it's wild.
Isn't that insane though, that like we've both been through very similar things. Like you said, Twitter gives you anxiety, and somehow we connected through Twitter DMs. So like we caught at a very probably small moment that you were paying attention. And I think it was a couple people that shouted my name out, and I commented it, and you got back. That's exactly what we did. I used your marketing tactic, but I was lucky because I was like on vacation with my family, and I was like, oh, I got this alert from District. I've been hearing about this, and I just replied at the right time. So it worked out. One man, thank you for sharing that. You didn't even need to share that, but that is, and I will say this, man. One, I've been in similar positions, but if you can get through it, like we said, and it's interesting that you mentioned the group of Marines, because support in people around you is by far the number one thing that you need in times like that, right? So randomly that happened is just a beautiful thing to hear. But two, that more and more people and founders, I hope, come out and talk about this, because I get it, man. It's a lot of money, but at the end of the day, you're not holding a gun to anybody's head to spend $30,000 on a PFP. At the end of the day, these people are making their own decisions. They're grown human beings, and they're doing it ultimately in kind of selfishness. Because if you really took, I mean, just take a step back. Is a piece of artwork that is what was Oni 10,000?
7,777. Yeah.
Should 7,000 of those be worth $40,000? Probably not. Should one or two? Yeah, absolutely. But not 8,000, 7,000 of them. But I get it. You get wrapped up in all that time. But people need to hear your stories, because it's this is what I always say about my situation is, you actually mentioned how you were teacher in a like a ghetto district before. I lived in downtown Baltimore, right? You want to talk about a rough area. It was rough. There are 3 places in Baltimore that you can live without not worrying about getting literally shot in the head. And what I say, and what I'm trying to say to people that listen to this, is it's very easy to get angry and say, screw these people, I would have done it different, I'm better. But until you're in this position where you're getting death threats, you're scared from your family because you actually took the initiative to do something that most people would not have done, and then felt the repercussions. And the fact what you did is exactly what you needed to do to rebuild that image, which is own up to it. Don't go away. You took the appropriate time to go away because you need that to recover from that. But what I'm getting at is, when you go through something like that, for instance, my mental health, if I would have went through that in the ghetto of Baltimore and had, no dad, and God forbid, like my mom's addicted to crack, well, guess what? I would have done some really horrible shit, right? So what I'm getting at is, until you walk an actual step in these people's shoes, I promise you, and I know it's really hard, but empathy, even in those situations. And I don't think I told you this. I have, so my actual mission statement for my company is bringing back the lost art of genuine human connection. As we get more connected, I think it's critically important to do what we're doing now, because people are so so quickly hide behind the screens and do horrible shit like they did to you, right? And it's just unacceptable, and it's going to become more and more commonplace. That we might be at the point of no return already, but I can do my damnedest to bring the genuine human connection. But that came out of a 6-page manifesto down to 1 sentence, and that took like months upon months upon months with me and my co-founder. And then we have 4 pillars, and one of the pillars is be kind, especially when it's hard. And this is a perfect example of like, if you can do that in these times, I guess what? The handful of people in that Discord when you're at your lowest of lows, if they just would have reached out and said, "Hey, JR, I've lost a shit ton. I am angry, but I'm also here to help. You know, I care as you if it's a human." Like, how impactful would that have been, right? And that's what people need to hear, and they need to hear these messages because it is different. And then I will also add on, the final thing I'll say is, you remember Phantom Network? You remember, well, obviously Digimental and Hape, Norm from Clementine Nightmare. I don't know if you remember that crazy hype gaming project. All of these guys, Dex was literally on my show, told me he collapsed in his apartment. This dude worked 20-hour days for a year straight, right? And what did he get in return? Crucified, right? And the main other message that everybody needs to hear from this is, you can work hard for a season, but you cannot do it indefinitely. And people absolutely need to figure out what their limit. Some people's limit's higher than others, but it is impossible. Humans just do not operate that way. And I think about that a lot. And I think everyone else in this space should be thinking about that a lot too. So that story that you just gave us has so many takeaways, and we could go even more. But that was incredible, man. Thank you so much for sharing that. I want to spend the rest of the time on the district, because now we are at 2 hours and 20 minutes. And we have yet talk about the district. So we really should probably do that. Beautiful Web3. We're going to have many more conversations. We're going to be able to make many more video content. But I do want to do you justice. And by the way, honestly, I think the conversation up to now has done you justice. If someone listens to this and is like, you know what, I don't think districts for me, I just don't think you're really a human that has a heart, right? Because what you have just taken us through is an incredible journey. And now, not only is that an incredible journey, you have all these learning lessons from that journey to apply to district, which is probably the most exciting thing that has come from this conversation so far. You've gone through these insane ups and downs. We know that you're a caring human being because you just love people, and you dealt with kids and made them better people in horrible situations. You made a ton of money. You made some mistakes. You got death threats, but you're still here in front of the camera talking about your story. That is the person that I want to get behind. So tell me why. I always start with this. 2 minutes or less elevator pitch. You're going up in the elevator, Silicon Valley place, and you're trying to convince me why I should believe in the district. What is that?
If we've been on a few spaces, and I will say this, believe in the districts because, and I'm not even going to say how incredible our core team is, community. Again, I keep harping on it, but our community right now, I have never in my life seen a community so strong, so passionate, like a core community. And we are building something. Again, we don't like to announce anything because unless it's completed. So one thing I learned is don't make an announcement for an announcement about something that might or may not happen.
Number one mistake in Web3 from founders.
Yeah. So we like to keep everything under wraps as far as like bigger picture, but our core team, so I'll even go into the core team, why believe in us, and community would be number one. Our community is so loyal, so strong, so passionate about the project itself, and we haven't even, again, launched yet. But the team we have working on this and the amount of man hours and smarts that go into this project are insane. So again, you have myself with supporting with marketing and project managing as well, just overviewing the entire team. And again, I'm handpicking who I wanted to be on this team. And again, I told myself I would never start a project ever again, but I had this incredible idea for the district. And I'm like, I can't not do this. And so the first person I reached out to was a contact I actually made with OnlyForce, who was Keli. And Keli is the co-founder with me. And he was former president he's also a serial entrepreneur. Someone I think would be incredible for this show too. But he started a lot of companies in the past, and he was the former president of Paradigm Sports, who is like Conor McGregor's managing team, Manny Pacquiao's managing team, and he launched his Conor McGregor's whiskey, which sold for billions of dollars. He was the head on that too, and like genius. And just like as far as business wise, extremely smart, and just an incredible human too. Great family man. Just somebody you could really kind of lean on, and he's been like the backbone to this project. And then I'm like, all right, let's think community. Then I went to Lumi, who first thing I noticed about her too is all of her posts, if you look on her page, all positive, all extremely so she has her own little cult following of people that like kind of follow her as well. I'm like, all right, she gets incredible engagement, like 50 to 100 comments on some of her posts, and like just normal posts. But all what drew me to her was all her posts are like, hey, just want to let you know I love you today. Hey, don't forget to take a break. Hey, like it was all such positive messages. And I'm like, I want her to be in lead in my community. And then that brought us to Topher and Chris, who are community mods. And they've been a part of several other projects as well. Like a kid called Beast, they were part of like help with modding. What's it called? OD Labs, incredible team at OD Labs too, and they were part of the mod team there. So then we have them, and then we have Glass Eye, who worked with Google and helped with our Discord as well. It's just like it goes on and on and on. And then we have Jeff, who is literally a man of many talents. He helps with a lot of the creative direction that we have going on with our project too. And again, upmost was Evie. Evie was the main precipice, who was our artist, and that gave me the idea of I need to create something with his art. And the talk about persistence, the way I got Evie on board, I sent him a message on Instagram, and I was like, hey, absolutely love your work. I'm obsessed with it. I have this great idea. I want you to be the lead artist on it. No response. Follow back up 2 days later, no response. Left comments on his Instagram, no response. Found him on Twitter, left comments on several of his original posts on Twitter, no response. Sent him a DM on Twitter, no response. Finally, I'm like, how am I going to get in contact with this man? I bought his highest package on Patreon. So it was like, I don't know, like $100 something. I don't know what it was, just so I had the capability of messaging him on Patreon. Send him a message on Patreon. My message was, hey man, I'm sorry if I'm being annoying at this point. I messaged you on Instagram, on Twitter, left comments, Instagram, Twitter. I love your work. Please just have a meeting with me and let me talk about what we have. And he goes, hey, I have been seeing it. Like, he's like laughing. He's like, LOL, laughing to myself. I'll hop on a meeting with you because you've been going above and beyond. He's like, I want you to know I don't speak English. So that's part of the reason why. And I despise NFTs. And I was like, damn. All right. So he speaks just fluent Italian, doesn't speak English. And I'm like, all right, this is going to be fun. So I hired a translator to hop on the call with us.
That's amazing.
He also brought along a translator too, by Zayden, who's now actually part of our team, which I love. And so hops on this call, and I go over this whole thing. I haven't paid him $100 to take the phone call with me, just so I'm like, hey, please. And he's like, hey, we did some background info on you, background research on you. We realized you started OnlyForce. You're actually the real deal, and we trust you, because he got screwed over on a previous project. His one and only interaction with NFTs, he joined a project, he did art for him, and then they completely just ghosted him when it came time to payment. And yeah, the project didn't go crazy viral or anything, but the core founding team just completely ignored him. Yeah. And so he's like very sketched out about it. And getting him on board, again, I had the same feeling with I'm Complex about his art that I had with the art with Evie. Yeah. And it's just different. It's something that we can all relate to. And the story about the district, again, is we see all these animal PFP projects. We see all these like mystical figures. We see
Yep.
all these like just not something that we can truly relate to on a one-on-one level as humans. And as far as marketing, my problem I want to solve was no one's buying PFPs at this time too, obviously because of the market sentiment, but everyone for the most part has their digital identity, whether it be their Oniforce, their Bored Ape, their CryptoPunk, their whatever community, the Plague, whatever community they're a part of, that's who people know who they are as like their PFP. And like that's Mikey, that's Dario, that's whoever, and you can tell who they are because of their PFP.
Yeah.
So my problem is trying to figure out what would be the only way people would change their PFP to something else, to a different digital identity. And I'm like, what if it looks exactly like them? And I'm like, Eevee does incredible work with creating realistic looking figures that we can look like. And that's what we took at. And we're like, let's run with this now. So we and again, marketing too, little tidbit too, is like we're doing obviously all different skin tone colors. We're not going to call it skin. We're calling them Pantone numbers, as far as like, again, just thinking like, how can we make sure we make sure we're not like crossing around what it may look like. And we have, so this project can relate to anyone. We literally just had a gentleman, I forgot his name, but he left a comment after one of our figures, who was had a darker skin tone. He's like, this is a project, and Corn was like, this is a project I can get behind because I feel like I can finally have a PFP that looks like me. And the character had like a afro, all this stuff. And he's like, when I heard that, I'm like, that's what the fuck I'm going for. I'm like, that's what I want, is like people, anyone in the space can relate to this. Because again, for those that don't know the districts, the lore behind it is it makes up the Web3 space. It is everyone in the Web3 world. It is the 7 different districts. We have the District 1 is the artists. District 2, the founders. District 3, the collectors of artwork. District 4, you have devs, people that are building the back end. District 5, I might have switched 4 and 5. We have also in District 6, we have degens, and then we just have basically this.
You don't have to name them all. What up, fam? Just checking in real quick. About to take the little Bambino to the pool. I freaking love you all. This is actually really cool. I've checked in a couple of times. I got tons of people watching. I hope you're really enjoying this podcast. I think it's the top podcast I've ever had. JR is incredible. We got a banger coming up next with Tyler from DSK DAO. And then we will have Twitter Spaces, hopefully tonight, depending on JR's travel, 7 p.m. PST. Stop by, let us know what you think, and please leave some comments of your favorite moments of the podcast so I can start cutting those up and delivering more content to you all. Much love. Mikey G out for now. All in.
Yeah, I won't go to District 7. Sorry, we're keeping District 7 quiet for now.
Okay.
Just a little marketing fun. But we have all these different districts that make up
the Web3 as a whole.
Space. Yes, and I'm like, again, marketing wise, genius, because some of these PFP projects you can't really relate to them, right? Let's say World of Women, love the project, but it's all women. You can't. If a guy's like, hey, I don't feel like this personal connection to this because XYZ, or this animal, I don't really relate to this panda because I'm not a panda. This project, and what makes us stand out too is, and it's a lot more work for Eevee. We have completely different male setup, completely different female setup. So the jaw structure is different, the neck is different, the shoulder is different. Every single trait is not it's different. It's so even if it's like, let's say we have a baseball cap for a male, baseball cap for a girl, they're different. Little differences that make it more male related, more female related. So it's literally double the amount of work for Eevee, because he has to create the same exact trait for males, same exact trait for females. There's also different traits that you won't see in each outing, and it's all kind of put into one. And what I will say finally is we have this collection of the 111, which is, again, we can go deep into that too in a minute, but no, we haven't released what the 111 artwork looks like yet. The 111 artwork is completely different. All the artwork people are seeing now is going to be for the larger collection that we have following the 111. And I can go to the 111 now if you want, or if you want to touch on those first. But
no, let's go into the 111 and then we'll go to the larger collection.
That sounds beautiful. So the lore behind our story in the district in the 111 is, we're like, again, any good project has a good story, has a good basis, and something you can follow along with, and that can continue to build. And the lore of our story is, what if we could build a decentralized future? What if we could build that perfect Web3 world? And our thought process is, you need about, we said 100, but about 111, make it a nice, beautiful number, dedicated individuals in all of those districts. So all those districts we covered, we have a handful of those people that make up the 111. And right now, in the lore too, it's like after these people get to a certain age, they pass the torch to the next 111. So now, as a team, we are hand selecting 111 individuals that make up the makeup and the material that would create these 7 districts. And it has been a beautiful experience. And so far, we have a application process. And the reason, I'll go over why we have that in a second, we have close to 1,000 people now that have applied to be a part of the 111, which is incredible. Way more than I initially thought.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It really is. And it's beautiful with marketing too. But we have all these people kind of fighting for this one spot. And what we're doing is, we're not just going after the people that have 200,000 followers, that have these last massive followings. We are thinking of everyone that supported the Web3 space before the district. So founders that have helped out before, or artists that were crushing it well before the district, and degens that are grinding in spaces for the last 2-3 years. We look at them. We look at hardcore community members that are championing the district as well. So we're having a nice, perfect balance of incredible community members, but also we want to give light and show love to those that have paved the way to get us to where we are today too.
Right.
So we as a team have been hand selecting these individuals, and one way to help, again, has been the application process, because we understand people have families, people have lives, and they can't spend 24 hours grinding in our Discord, or 24 hours responding to every one of our tweets, commenting on every one of our tweets, and retweeting everything, and coming to all of our spaces. We understand people have families. You can't do that. So the 111 application process is a way that they can still put their name in the light and say, okay, now we can see who they are as a human. Now we can kind of watch them and kind of see how they flow through the Web3 space. And the 111, I think we're up to about number 60 now. So we've been through or 63, 64, something like that, or 65, I don't know. But we've been through a good chunk of number. We're closing in about the first 50 that have been announced already. And I am so happy with the first 50 so far. And right now, I think we have about 6 more that we already have named in our checkbox, as far as like that are going to get announced. But there's still about 60 more that is completely open, that anyone can be a part of. And what's great about the 111 is, not only are you getting this Bitcoin ordinal for free, which is our parent collection that we are giving to you as a thank you for being a part of our community and championing the Web3 space as a whole, you get not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 allow-list allocations for the larger mint, which will happen about a month and a half after the 111.
Right.
And the reason we did that, we were going to do 6 and do like, hey, you got to give 1 for each district. But we realized like that might be giving away too many spots. So we're doing 4. So like, hey, we're going to encourage them to like find someone in one different district that you think deserves to be a part of the larger collection. And they also get VIP at events that we have moving forward. We have we're going to have a group chat of just the 111. I got this idea from G Money when he did his Admit One team, and I was a part of that community for a little bit as well. Is now you have this 111 insanely talented, insanely driven, insanely just smart individuals. Now you have a thinking tank of all 111 you that can meet together and discuss ideas, discuss the district, discuss how you can make each other better and make the Web3 space better. And and we're building something. I'm not gonna announce it yet, specific to that 111 as well, that is going to be incredible. That really is next level. That will I'm telling you now, is going to make everyone want to be a part of the 111, whether it be on the secondary. But I don't see, there's a lot of perks we're doing as well that I'm going to see a lot of people not going to want to sell their 111.
Right,
And
right.
so it's exciting.
And that's the point, right? Like, if you're curating a 111, you would be pretty hard pressed that most of them would even sell. I mean, obviously, there's going to be there will be the non-founder group that might be hurting for money, and there might be a family member that gets sick, and now you're 111. But how beautiful is that, too, right?
Absolutely.
You're working towards to try to change the space, but yet at the same time, you can. Pons says this all the time. My PFP is a Pons because I believe in the man and what he's doing, and you know,
great community.
And he has given money to people from his collection for things like that. And 111 can be another beautiful thing like that too. I can't wait for you to link up with Tyler from DSK as well, because it's a very similar concept. But I love that. So the 111, so there's still 60 spots within the different categories, whether it be, let's get the categories that you said: dev, founder,
so
artist,
collectors. Oh, and then the finance district. So like meme coin traders.
Gotcha.
And so that was the one I left out. And again, it's just a nice, and degens, a nice blend and melody of everyone. Because to be honest, we do need all of those people. We need all of them to push the space forward. Because again, you look at people like, why finance district, why meme coin traders, why crypto traders? Right. Well, all that money they're making, a lot of them are putting it back into the community and buying NFTs again. And it's like they're recycling, and it's like we all need, every little piece of the district is needed to be a part of the district, and including District 7, which we don't know, but they are a pivotal piece in the Web3 space, and it's again all working together harmoniously creates a beautiful district.
I love it. So totally makes sense. Now take me to the larger collection, and I love your simple explanation too, because again, exactly what I said. It's brand 3.0. It's community. That is what is ultimately going to make the difference between the companies that make it and break it. Like I said, there will be plenty of dev and tech companies that utilize the blockchains to make $1 bajillion. But the ethos of what I think Web3 and Brand 3 can be, the people that are going to make it is effectively utilize the community. And I love there's actually, there's a great book called Tribal Leadership, and it talks about how we're tribal humans and we travel in groups. I forget the other book, but they basically make the point that, and now this is for more like functioning communities, right, that are trying to hunt and gather and live and supply each other. And it's about around 50 where it starts falling apart, right? You get a little bit bigger than that, then resources become an issue, ego, power, all of that toxic things that we see now, it's hard to control. So your concept of a 111 as like this core group absolutely makes sense. And I think to your point, Oni is a prime example of that, right? You just cannot maintain 7,000 people, right? So it's a beautiful idea. So then why, I'm assuming the next collection is larger. So why the larger collection, and what is the reasoning behind that?
Absolutely. So the larger collection, and the reasoning behind it too, is, again, another good question, is we want to eventually we want everyone to kind of be decentralized. We want everyone in the world to enjoy what we have experienced in the Web3 space and the NFT space. So again, a part of our lore, the 111, they go and they start building the city. Now it's time for residents to come in and live in the city itself. And so we're expanding the collection to all of us. And again, I think what's great about this collection is I think almost all of us fall under way more than just one category or one district. So I know me, I'm an artist, I'm a collector, I'm a founder, I'm a degen, I'm not a dev. So there's one, I don't have my passport to get in there, but we also want to expand this collection to those that want to be part of the community. Because again, we have way more than 111. I'd say like we have about we just broke 4,000 followers, which is cool. But I think of that 4,000, I'd say roughly about 2,000 of them core community, like that would like that are
Pretty cool.
really like see them popping in Discord all the time, popping on Twitter all the time, like really strong. And another two that are like, hey, I'm interested in this. Let's see where this goes. And I think what we've done really incredible with this project, and one thing I learned from OniForce is we're not doing guerrilla marketing where it's like or like like influencer marketing where it's like in your face, celebrity. Like we're gonna sprinkle it here and there just to again get some energy, some life.
Yeah.
But our main focus is building again community one at a time. And so the larger collection, the way we looked at it too is why would someone, PFPs are dead, right? NFTs are dead. Why would someone want to buy an NFT? And if it's just a PFP, I think now NFT projects need a product, something that is
100%.
Yes, making
it has
them
to be a
stand out.
business, man. It has to be a product or a business. It has to have sustainable revenue.
Absolutely.
You know, and NFTs are not. This was anyway. We even said this in 2021. I you know, you were probably thinking this as well too. But like, an NFT is not a business. It's a technology to create a really interesting business, right?
Absolutely. And that's so we took the team out to about half our team out to Hawaii, and we had a powwow session. We're there for about a week, and we're like, all right, we have this incredible art, we have this incredible lore, we have this incredible project. What's our product? You look at Pudgies, they're known for their plushies. You look at OniForce, they're known for their comic books. You look at all these projects, Bored Apes, they're kind of like I think mobile gaming now. Like all these big projects have their product that they're known for. So now we have, again, not announcing anything, but like just because we want to hear, but we have two products that we have been building in the back end for the last like 2 months now that I know for a fact it's going to change the game. And it's, again, you look at just in anything in life of like solve problems. What are some of the problems that are going on in the Web3 space? How can I solve it? How can I make someone's life even just 1% easier? That can trickle and it build up. And I will say just a little bit of alphas for other products. Two products. One is a lot of fun, and one will really touch into the degen districts and all, because all of us at that point are degens, and that's more of the fun aspect of our products. And then entirely different product we're looking to put out is more use case scenario of onboarding a lot of people into the Web3 space, and then also at the same time giving a platform to everyone in the Web3 space. So there's we're building two solid products in the background, as well as, again, focus is always on community. And again, the PFP artwork is so incredible, but that is just to get you into the community and show, hey, you have this beautiful artwork that may or may not look like you love it, and now let's really build something beautiful.
Right. Well, all I can say is, can we work together in the future to create a streamlined video editing tool? Because for my situation, I hate video editing, and it is so time consuming.
There's so many good AI stuff now to help you with that.
I know, but even still, it's just like it's janky. It's not quite there yet. It's video editing is always going to be a pain in my ass. I mean, I've been in video editing my entire in video pretty much my entire life, and it's just something I've never liked. But you know, the necessary evil for doing the video stuff. No, I love, and I think that's great too. Again, do not share anything. The number one mistake that most founders have made on the show, and you know this too, is they've shared shit and they've been like, "Oh shit," you know who the biggest case study that if you're not been around in NFTs. And I even, he was an amazing guy. You remember Antonin? Remember that project? And they were the precipice of like the phygital world, right? They had these badass looking alien things, and they were going to ship everybody like a fucking 3 foot, like, I guess if you minted a legendary or a rare, you got like literally a 3-foot statue of this thing. And they were like in the digital real world movement back in 2021, right? But way before people were really talking about it. And their entire narrative from day one was, after you mint, within a month, this thing is showing up at your front door. A year and a half later, guess what had not shipped yet? These
Wow.
freaking things, right? They don't
Yeah.
exist anymore, but like really good guys, right? And they just, again, it was kind of an Oni situation. Really good creative guys, probably didn't have the best business acumen, especially when it came to like the guy that made it was a world-renowned sculptor, had tons of notoriety, but he didn't think about how the hell am I going to make 8,000 of these sons of bitches and then ship them around the world, right? Not only the cost, but the logistics behind it. Like they needed a logistics czar to pull this shit off. They didn't have that, right? But you were just so amped up of like the possibility of Web3. But they are the number one use case of do not overpromise because you will get skewered. And sure enough, they did. But I will ask, so we talked about the expansion. Next, we'll do this because we are almost at 3 hours, bro. I knew this was going to be good, but I didn't know it was going to be 3 hours.
I'm here for it. I love it.
It's incredible. Take us the next 6 to 12 months, anything you can talk about. Or if not, then I will ask my last question. We can do a little closing thoughts, and we can wrap it up for the night, man.
Yeah, I think the beautiful thing about the Web3 space is we have no idea what's going to happen tomorrow. So I think right now we have one, especially until this collection gets released, it's just one foot in front of the other, one step at a time. And one thing you can look forward to, though, is we're doing our own Twitter space on Monday, but anyone that's here listening to this now gets a sneak peek on it, is we're going to be ramping up our social presence. So we post a lot on Twitter, we'll say that. And right now we have our Tara Summers, who hosts spaces 3 times a week. She'll be hosting spaces 4 times a week now and a day in Discord. So it's 5 days a week. And I will be running Twitter spaces now. Again, from the district account, we're not doing any right now in district account, 5 days a week now. So Monday through Friday, we're going to be doing a late night show. And it's just going to be, it's not going to be about the district. It's just going to be open. It's going to be talking about, again, Web3 and chill, just talk about NFTs and hosted by the district. We're going to be doing now, we have anime night in districts. And that's kind of like every now and then game night. Now we're doing 5 days a week in Discord, events 5 days a week in Discord too. And so it is all at once. It's a switch. Now, full momentum forward. We have everything's about to change. It's going to be beautiful. And then I will say this too, like the next 5 names that we have already chosen for the districts 111, some huge hitters in there, which I'm like really stoked for. And we have a lot of people in our DMs now too. I will say this too really quick. Sorry to go off tangent, but we are. I love the community. I love everyone that's reaching out, but I don't care who you are. Everyone is on an even playing field. I don't care if you are the fucking president of the United States and you say, hey, let me get a 111. I'm going to say, hey, go fill out an application or support the community or like join Discord, be a part of the community and like be experience it and like be with us. And then I would absolutely love for you to consider you to be part of the 111. So again, people that are saying I have no chance, we go through every single application, every single one, and we look at, again, I live on Twitter all day. I look at everyone. I see everyone that is commenting, retweeting, and not just like a lot of our things, we have quests that people have to do, like, oh, leave comments on these 10 tweets, and people are just leaving like literally just a letter A, letter B, letter C. I'm like, what? Like, what is that doing for it? Like, so I look at every single comment. I respond to every meaningful comment. So we have eyes everywhere. We have eyes in Discord with the mod team. We have eyes on Twitter. We have eyes on applications. We see everything, and we just want real, authentic humans that want to champion the name. So everyone has a chance to get one of the Willy Wonka golden tickets of the 111, and it's just about showing up and being a good human. And so as far as like the next few months, it's step by step. First, we want to knock out this 111. Then we want to knock out the main collection, which will also lead into some really good marketing I'm excited for. And then after that, we hopefully by that time are ready to launch at least one of our products.
Nice. And I heard a lot of community as well. No, that's a great great little preview. So we're gonna do this. I always have one last question at the end of the show. It's a softball. Don't let the knees shiver. It'll be okay. I'll say my closing comments and we will call it a night. If you can just hang, I'll end the stream and just hang on a couple minutes so we can chat, not in front of currently 650 people.
Oh my gosh. Hey everyone. That's insane. I didn't realize this many people have been in here.
That's no, there's lots of people. There's lots of people.
Don't forget to
watching.
like, subscribe.
Yeah, dude.
Follow Mikey.
Subscribe. Mikey G, Midlife Crisis, JR in the district. Please do that. It would be nice that you actually did that because I'm sick of getting bots following me. It's like I just stopped looking at my Twitter following because I'd look at it one week and I'd be like, oh man, I gained like 350 followers. And then I'm literally down -100 like the next week because it's just all bullshit bots.
Yeah, we see that.
So I don't even care. I don't even care about it anymore. Whatever. I'm just gonna keep on making my company, doing my content, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I'm meeting beautiful people like yourself.
Love them. Here for it.
Okay, so my last question. I literally hopped into your Twitter space today. You're doing Twitter space. You've been a part of 1,000 Twitter spaces. You now have been through the midlife crisis experience. Please tell me how you rate, and be honest, it can be bad feedback, but how would you rate feedback for me on how tonight went compared to the other things you've experienced in Web3?
All right. And I'm not just trying to toot your horn, but this, at least for me, has been the best one-on-one experience I've ever had as far as anything, podcast, Twitter space, YouTube show. It's been easily number one. So those that don't know, I'm very introverted. Actually, a lot of people that know me, I'm very introverted. I rarely go out. And when I do, I'll peek my head out every now and then. And I had anxiety with going on Twitter spaces, going on shows. I stopped doing them completely for about 1.5 years, 2 years, just would never show face. This has been an incredible experience. I think it's one, you've done, again, I think professionalism, you've done your research. We had the pre-talk before as well. And I can see why everyone enjoys being on the show because, again, it's been 3 hours and there has not been one pause in 3 hours of conversation. And I think you've really led a beautiful string throughout the start to the beginning. And I think you'd be a great teacher because in lesson planning, we have this imaginary string that leads us from the start of the lesson to the end of the lesson and make sure those transitions are really smooth so the students don't even know they're learning. They don't even know that the start of the class happened. At the end of the class, they're like, oh man, class is over. Same feeling here. It's like, the podcast is over. And so 3 hours to seem like 10 minutes. And just want to say, again, this has been an incredible experience. And anyone listening, I don't want to overwhelm you, but I think get on this podcast, get your voice out there. Mikey G, send him some Twitter DMs because you're going to want to be on this. It's been a really beautiful experience. And just want to say once more, really appreciate you. It's almost been, to be honest, too therapeutic in sense to kind of bring up some of those past. And again, really quick shout out to the Oni community. And just want to say I love them and appreciate them. And one last time, Oni community, I'm sorry that I let them down. And I'm glad that Star-Lordy has and Team Artsnish has been able to bring them up. Because again, that was my baby. And I'm glad to see it thriving now. So all the love to the Oni community. And now, again, kind of like a Phoenix rebirth. I've said it a few times, but for me, this comeback is personal. And this, I want to make sure all the mistakes I made, all the faults I did with Oni Force and just in life in general, I make up tenfold. And I have, again, had an incredible community at Oni Force that at sometimes I kind of took advantage of. And this new community, I won't make that same mistake. And the district community has been epic, has been insane. This is my, I think my 4th Twitter space I've been on today. No, not Twitter space. This is and the community every single one they were part of. They're like, we're
Yeah.
here, we're showing up, we're here, we're showing up, we're here, we're showing up, and unwavering support. And I am making sure this time around I will give 110% value back to them, so they know that, hey, we value you, we appreciate you, and more importantly, we love you. And
Yeah.
just want to say once more, thank you for having me on this show. It's been incredible, and just blessed to be here, and thank you.
Thanks, dude, man. And wow, those are good words. I appreciate it. I think one, coming from somebody like you, who I've known of for many years, to come full circle to have you on my show and give those kind words. Amazing. Thank you so much. And um, I've always said this. I know I have a product market fit with, like, the founders love the show. People love the content. It's just now a matter of time and continuing to help to get that out. But what really makes me feel warm and fuzzy is what you said is that's all I'm trying to do, man. And you felt it, and I have done now my job. So
The
thank
genuine
you.
human
That makes,
connection.
yeah, man, genuine human connection. That's because that's what the world needs more of, man. It's I'm firmly
1000%.
convinced of this. Uh, my closing comments to you. One, phenomenal conversation. Uh, you know, um, I had a number one before. It was between um imaginary ones, David and Clement,
Mm,
incredible human beings.
$100%.
I had them on before they got like super hyped up. They had gone down. I'm gonna say it live online, man. You just took the rap. Hands
Yeah,
down,
let's go.
the best podcast that I've
Love that.
had yet. And they just keep on getting better. And I say this because of this. You said it simply, and it's the number one thing that you said that just struck me immediately was some people just need to hear I love you. And I just think that is so powerful, and so important. So when you said that, that actually gave me chills. I didn't say anything. And I got chills multiple times throughout the conversation just because of the way you carry yourself, how you were humble, and how I could tell again, like, wouldn't even have known that you had anxiety about ever speaking because you just come off as genuine. And I think that's probably, and what in my experience of going through all of this is, um, one of the number one way that you can combat being anxious, and it's kind of counterintuitive, is just be yourself, right? And if you can be yourself and not worry about the rest, it kind of all takes care of itself. And you were that, and I could genuinely feel you. The other thing that I loved, and you rarely hear this from leaders like yourself that have been through a lot, is you were open about the Oni stuff, especially in the Web3 space. There are so many founders that are toxic, will not talk about their failures, but you were just forthcoming. You shared the lowest moment in your life, like the vulnerability that you shown throughout this process, being humble, learning from your mistakes. Uh, I'm a firm believer we'll always be learning. The day you think you've stopped learning,
Yes.
that's the day you start dying. But you've learned an incredible amount, and I know you have a lot more to live. And I truly do say this, in my mind, this is the beginning of a friendship. And I can't wait to grow and build similar brands side by side, because I really do think we can make an impact in this space.
Absolutely. And again, 1,000%, we'll be continuing this friendship. And you mentioned one thing about learning too. And Michelangelo said it best, not the Ninja Turtle, but the artist. And he said, I just, and this is near the end of his life, he's quoted by saying, I just started learning my craft. And one of the best, to me, the best
Yeah.
artists to ever work this world. And he said, I've just started to learn my craft. Imagine what I could do in 2 lifetimes. And
Uh,
so even the master of paint himself is like, I'm just learning how to paint, and I
yeah.
still have so much more to learn. So I
Right.
think, yeah, we
Right.
are forever learning, and again, always fail forward.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
it's big.
Yeah. And then to finally cap it off, is just tipping it. You're a genuine good human, and the Web3 space needs more of it. So thank you for being you. Honestly,
Appreciate
you
it.
ready
Right
for
back.
this? I'm really gonna close it out. I love you,
Yes, sir.
dude. I
I
love
love
you.
it. I love you too. Well, let's go.
Yes.
Let's go.
We just said it live online after a 3-hour
go.
conversation. And with that being said, I don't think
What a
we can
minute.
cap that.
No.
Friday, we have my man, Mr. Zero. I called him Mr. O in my Monday video. I don't know why I did that. I actually screwed up JR's name as well, but you live and you learn. He's coming on. He has this really cool platform called Awardable. I actually use them for my badges on my Twitter space on Fridays. You can easily mint an NFT out of an image, and you also can use the badges for people to collect. You can create permissions based on if they come to a Twitter space or not. Really smart guy, completely opposite of what JR and I are, which is an insane tech dev guy. So it'll be a fascinating conversation. And with all of that being said, wrapped up 3 hours of a beautiful human to human conversation. JR, thank you again so much. We love you all. Mike G and JR are out. What up, folks? I am super freaking excited today. We have the man, the myth, the legend, Blue, aka Tyler, as well. And this is, man, I'm freaking pumped because for someone who has not spent a lick on marketing and to see how they're crushing crypto Twitter is just fascinating to me. Plus, you can tell from the content, this dude's genuine. And that's what we do here, man. We are here today to uncover who is this Blue guy and what is DSK DAO all about. A couple of housekeeping items before we get into it. Most of you know our world famous Midlife Crisis podcast format, but we'll get to that. Want to reiterate that Maddie Mintz is still here. We're still co-founders of our Midlife Crisis podcast. We have decided on a different strategy this year. We're taking Midlife Crisis to all entrepreneurs outside of Web3, where we really were just focusing on Web3. Lots of reasons why. We won't get into the details, but know that we will continue that podcast. But we are transitioning to Web3 brand as Mikey G NFT. We're going to see a lot more podcasts, solo podcasts from me to cover the who's who of Web3. And we have a massively amazing guest today. With that being said, man, Blue, welcome to the freaking show. How are you doing, dude?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm very excited to do my first video. So if there is any mistakes, I'm learning, all right? And we're going to get into a little bit about that because that is why I'm actually so successful today is through the learning, right? You can't be scared to fail. If you're scared to fail, then you know what? You're never going to learn the lessons you need to learn to make those next steps up. And yeah, I'm very excited to get into that. A little bit about my past. I know I have done a little bit of that with Spaces, but this will be more in depth of my personal upbringing and stuff like that. So I'm very excited to get into it.
Dude, and I love you touched on one of the many principles that we talk about all the time is, there's a little mantra: learn, grow, fail, repeat, right? And if you're not doing that, I'm firmly convinced you're slowly dying. So I love that you said that. We're going to talk about a lot of principles. It's funny. There are so many of these age-old principles that everybody talks about, but yet it's for some odd reason so hard to apply, right? Because we know pretty much the base of a lot of keys to success, but it's very difficult to implement that, which comes from hard work over a long period of time, discipline, all of that stuff that we'll talk about. But before we get to the midlife crisis question, we need to start with the real formal introduction. Couple bullet points about the man, the myth, the legend, Blue. Dude was building super successful clans as a young teenager in multiple various games, which is interesting because a lot of people that we talk to in this space, hardcore avid gamers, hence why there's a meta of around gaming, because NFTs token gated stuff just totally makes sense for the industry. I think I read, a couple years ago, they made $2-3 billion on loot crates in Modern Warfare. So why don't we share some of that wealth with the community, right? In addition, big into digital skins, super successful at that. Been in crypto since 2013. You want to talk about an OG? Everyone's like, oh yeah, I entered 2020. Not Blue. Boy has been in it since 2013. In addition, and this is what I love to hear from founders. Listen, nothing against the 21-year-old that hit lightning in the bottle and is really trying to make something. Admirable efforts, doing it right, not scammy. I get that. But Blue, also known as Tyler, has started a successful business. His business was in home care, which seems like a very tough industry to build a successful business in, nor would I ever want to do that. But that speaks volumes of this man to be able to have the grit, determination to take a home care business and turn it into a successful one at that. So that's really the formal introduction. Anything else you want to add there, Tyler? Or are you feeling good about that?
No, that feels good. One bullet point I would like to add too was the fact that I actually homeschooled from grade 1 to grade 10, and I live on a semi-small island off of BC, capital of BC.
Amazing.
Yeah, so I've got a little bit different of a story than most.
Dude, I'm flying up there and we are hanging out in real life. That has to happen.
Let's do it.
That. Okay, so dude, thank you so much for adding that bullet point. We now know who you are a little bit from the background, but we're going to dive deeper into that, which brings us to the one and only world famous midlife crisis question. And that is, how did you get to the seat you're sitting in today, my man? Please give us Star Wars episode 1, 2, and 3. To reiterate that, episode 1 is your childhood upbringing, influences, mentors at that part of your life. 2 is your professional career. I'm sure we'll talk about your business. And then 3 is your journey in Web3, currently what is happening, especially the hype around what you've built, and then what the next 6 to 12 months looks like. But let's start with episode 1, man. I cannot wait to hear this. Let's roll.
Let's roll. Yeah, so my episode 1 is definitely, it takes back to homeschooling, right? So my brother's deadly allergic to peanuts, and so my mom felt like I couldn't take out one kid without taking the other one out. So it was so it was a bit, and back then, dude, every lunchbox had a peanut butter sandwich. So I can only imagine now as a father how scary that would be. So I understand that.
Right.
So I naturally, I I was at home. I didn't socialize as much. I still had some friends, some homeschooling friends and stuff like that, but I wasn't going to school every single day like people. So I really found my social life in video gaming, right? I very much connected to the online world, and that's why I really feel like it does feel like a second nature to me. So that was a lot of my socializing. So it was just hobby, right? Hobby based. And then I started to create these clans, these communities around certain games. And one game I'd like to highlight first is Warcraft 3. So this was before World of Warcraft days. So this was when the game was very, very alive. World of Warcraft actually ended up killing the game. But yeah, it was something I just honestly was very passionate about. I loved bringing people around, community, and again, it was a way of socializing, way of learning. I love very strategic games. For people that don't know, Warcraft 3 is a very micro macro game. So it's not just like you're playing as a character, you're controlling full armies, you're building, and you're attacking other bases, very much like Age of Empires. It was kind of like the next step of that.
Right.
So I created a clan around that, Clan Rifa, if anyone wants to look it up. There must be some data points on it somewhere.
There's got to be someone out there that's like, oh my God, he's that guy.
Right. Yeah. So as we got all the way up to the first page for competitive scene, our solos and twos, if I remember correctly, we were I think ranked 26. I think it was the top 30 were on the first page. That was a really, really big moment for me. And you know what? I learned a lot, right? So I did everything. And you'll learn more on, I didn't really delegate a lot of stuff. I always did it myself. I was very passionate. I always had a neighbor too that always kind of tagged along with these, but he was kind of that, he knew me, so he knew he could bend the rules a little bit more. So I learned a lot of lessons through that on how to kind of deal with people and make sure that those situations don't make the whole community toxic from it, right? And trying to really manage people. So I learned that at a very young age.
So I'm going to stop you right there.
Yeah,
Because you already said something very fascinating to me. You got to give me a couple lessons because there's that's what people don't understand is video gaming is actually you build a lot of life skills through it. So I'd love to hear about that time and like specifically in community building, because I think it's totally relevant to Web3, right? Just a couple that come off the top of your head. Would love to hear that.
Yeah. So I guess it would be really just bringing people around, right? And that's I find what I've been doing and how I've kind of went about DSK is just really bringing other people's passions and bringing them together, right? And finding a common goal and really showing people what I would like out of it. And I was always very upfront about that and
Right.
trying to figure out who can help me, right? I'm just a young kid. I don't even know any of these skills, right? I'm learning it right in the moment. And really it was bringing those people around me that were skilled and just again trial and error. Like you'll
Right.
never get it right the first time. I'm sorry to tell you. And
Right.
any NFT founders too is you'll never get it right the first time, but it
Right.
doesn't mean you have to fail, right? It just means that you're going to have some bum in the road, and that's okay, right? You need
Right.
those bumps to really to see what's working and what's not working and pivot from that, right? And it's exactly again traits that I've taken from there I apply to this day.
Right. Right. No, and I love that, man. And it's so a couple things that I think about when you say these things is just the kind of the sayings, right? Is like fail often, um, learn from that, right? Two, what I love is you always hear this, especially in the corporate world, but you said it in just a better way, which is never be the smartest person in the room, right? Which is really another way of saying, like, dude, just you can't do it all. And I'm a similar personality to you, right? Like, especially from the Web3 side, starting this year, like I'm doing everything myself, and it's already getting kind of overwhelming. But like bringing the people that are passionate about art, that are passionate about project management, that are passionate about social media along with you that you vibe with is such a powerful thing and underutilized. And then three, I want your take on this because you've done it young and you're trying to do it. You've already like, which is insane, cultivated a community with barely anybody in a Discord and more hype than having 50,000 people in a Discord, right? The community thing, it's always talked about so much in Web3, but unfortunately, I think the interpretation of community is having a Discord of people spamming wag me, I love you, this is great, and that's how community is interpreted a lot, and I hate that. What are your thoughts on community and how it should operate?
I think it really comes down to emotional connection, and that's exactly how I'm building to this day, right? It is where I felt that I've always done so well is bringing that raw emotion out in people and bringing the best out in people and engaging them. Not everyone is going to be so like in the clans, like Warcraft 3, you'd have your chieftain who was the founder, and then you'd have shamans under that, which were kind of like the mods. Maybe community manager would be tied into that as well because there was no higher than that. And then it would go grunts, and then it would go peons. And it's really gauging people and on what they want out of it. And was that just to be around other people? Is that to try and be in more of a role model role? And really having to learn who's right for that and who's not right for that, right? Because so many people, even in Web3, so many people want to do it, but they don't realize how much effort, how much work, and how much it really takes to
Yeah.
do that, right? And it's a very much easier said than done. And that's what I've learned from that as well, is that I've taken those things, I've seen those things before, and yeah, it feels so like full circle, and that's what I love about it, and that's why I'm so obsessed with it. And
I
we'll go
know.
into a little bit more into
Dude, I
that
can't
later.
wait.
But
And you sparked a thought with me too, is what you said is critically important. I hold near and dear to my heart, and it breaks my heart that people sometimes go their whole life and can't find that. And that is, everybody, I'm firmly convinced, has a superpower, right?
Mhm.
Now, if you figure out what that superpower is, that's the question. And a lot of times that superpower comes from insanely good self-awareness, but honestly, at the end of the day, looking in the mirror and having a real conversation with yourself. Because to your point, everyone, and I've said this, which is the funniest thing, is like, I'm in Web3. Guess what I fucking suck at? Investing and flipping, which is like one of the number one things you should be doing, right? But what I'm good is cultivating community, cultivating relationships. And I recognize that very early on. So, my podcast was, let's invite people on and have those genuine conversations, because that's how I can contribute to the space in an effective way, right? And it's just crazy how many people miss that. And that message cannot be said enough. So I'm so glad that you brought that up, man.
Is honestly so important, and I believe that's actually a very strong trait of mine, and one of my superpowers
Right.
is bringing
I
the
can
best.
tell, man.
It's bringing honestly the best out in people, and that really comes down to my life. My life it hasn't always been easy. I didn't believe in myself for quite a few years. I had self-confidence problems. And I was super hard on myself, super hard on myself. But I got to a point in my life where I just said, okay, I have a crossroad. Do I make excuses and say I can't do this because of these reasons? Or do I just shut up and fucking do it and get better, right? And just keep going, right? Honestly, like, even though how hard it is, I just keep going, right? And that's being a testament to really my life, is that when I'm really focused on something and I want to achieve it, I find a way, honestly, and that's what it's been through my whole life. And I don't try and focus too much on things that don't mean a lot to me, or that I think that actually have a lot of potential.
Right.
And that's why I was being in crypto for so long, right? And there's been times where no one was like, there's no way the government's going to allow this. Like, what are you talking about? Like, there's no way. But I never lost that focus, right, on the things that I really felt dear to me. And it's honestly done wonders for me throughout my life. A lot of my life is because why I'm here today is because of those things, and not, and just, yeah, pushing through the wall, right?
Right. It's so hard to do. And that is
Yeah.
how you have. So I have an interesting question about that, right? Is because I think some people are inherently just born with things, right? And one could be that, just like somehow undying drive, being able to focus. Do you feel like that was a trait that you kind of born with, or was it a learned trait? And if it was a learned trait, what do you think helped bring that about?
I definitely learned trait. I just wasn't born with that. And it comes down to, again, what we were speaking about is those failures, right?
Right.
Is that crossroad where I've just always, you know what? We all have bad stories about our lives, right? I'm sure we
Right.
all can say these stories, but you got to put those aside, right? And just focus on getting past those, and just know the bad times don't make you for who you are. They can shape you into who you can be,
Yeah.
right? And that's what it really is been about through my life.
Yeah.
I I would be the first one to say I've struggled a lot, but at the same time, I'm grateful for those struggles.
Yeah.
Those struggles have made me who I am today. And if I didn't have those struggles, I wouldn't be who I am. And I'm very proud of the person I am today. And I always try and lead with good morals, and I'm very consistent with that because those things matter to me, right? The people around me matter to me. I'm not willing to push people aside just to further my career, when that is pretty much the business world. I learned that it is a fucking cutthroat business, a cutthroat space, right? Not even just Web3, just business in general, man. People are used to using people, pushing them aside, and continue going on. And again, we'll get into it, but that's exactly how I'm building, is trying to be different than that, right? Where I'm trying to just we're not just doing collabs and stuff like that. We're trying to make meaningful partnerships and build with people that I genuinely think that are going to be here for the years to come, because that's what I see. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. I don't quit easily, especially when it's something I'm very passionate about. And there's nothing, like, honestly, this is where I want to be. This is where I want to retire. This is, and not even just for like a money standpoint, just going back to my past. It is literally me. That's what I grew up on. And it just feels honestly surreal to think that I can even get to that point, because after those instances and doing those things, I started growing up, right? I was a teenager, like, so like I'll explain a little bit too. After the Warcraft 3, I transitioned into Counter-Strike Source, and I created, I still love this name, by the way. I was actually recently looking it up to see if there's any data I can do. But it was called Infected Gaming. I still love that name. And we were a Dust 2 server. So it was this is when Counter-Strike used to do self-hosting servers. Now they still do this to some extent, but it's not nearly as popular as it was before. This was used to be the only way you could play the game, is join other people's servers that they've created. And I'm not a developer by trade. So I actually had to find these skills, these people, and help build help build this with me. And so so and even to this day, like, actually, I'm just realizing it, how actually pretty significant it was. I never really realized the extent of how far I actually took these things at such a young age, until I started building in Web3 and just like, wow, the stuff I did was, I was outpacing like businesses, corporations, some of the largest clans. Like, in Counter-Strike, we were in the top, I believe it was like 160-ish, around there, for most active servers. And that's out of a lot of servers. And then in Steam too, we were in the top 800 for most active Steam servers. So they, if anyone doesn't know, they are a game platform. So they have a bunch of games under them. And so, I was in the top 1,000 for all of their games. I actually monetized it as a young age too. I was selling an admin for $5 a month, just for, and all it did was give you an extra skin and give you some powers. Like, you could do like some crazy chat. You could kick people if they're being too extreme, but I monitored that stuff so people didn't kind of abuse the power and just wanted to buy power. My friend was abusing it. I did find out later that he was being a little shithead. But I remember this to this day too. I think I was just about to turn 16. I was 15, and this grown man sent me $100 on PayPal. It was like, what? He just sent me $100. Like, what? And I was like, just so shocked. And I, at the time, I pulled up my money and bought my girlfriend at the time a ring. Not with her anymore. Not with, the promise ring didn't work.
Dude, that story right there, though, just shows your character, right? Like, $100 is 16. You're like, I'm going to get a freaking Nintendo game immediately, and you go buy your girl a ring. Congrats on you, brother.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. But and so I monetized it. But again, I just was growing up, girlfriend. I was playing football. So I
Yeah.
naturally kind of grew out of being on the video games, because you know what, those things take a lot of time. Just like Web3, I'm
Oh,
used to
yeah.
that. You gotta grind, right? Especially creating a community. It isn't easy, no matter where you do it. Web3 is difficult. It makes it a little bit easier to buy into communities and stuff like that. But
Right.
community building is some of the toughest stuff you can do if you're doing it
100%.
from zero to something, right? And grabbing that attraction and you know what I mean? Just, yeah, bringing in those initial people. Just like when you're growing an account on Twitter or something like that, it is extremely hard to get people to believe in you. And then it naturally gets easier as you go.
Right. Right.
But yeah, it just, the challenges change and are different. But yeah, it is honestly taught me yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah, all this stuff is really, honestly, I believe, bootstrapped me a lot with this. I am still learning, and I would always say that. Like I made a tweet out today. I was saying that I wasn't nervous about this until I saw the video, and the video threw me off a little bit. But I'm good now. I'm good now. But yeah, it's just getting out of your comfort zone, right? I'm used to building community, being behind a screen. Now I'm showing myself more. I was never really big on social media. I didn't really care about that stuff. I wasn't one person like posting pictures all the time, and just wasn't that. That's just not the person I am.
Yeah.
I love living behind the persona too. That's why I think PFP is never going to go anywhere. Don't let anyone fund your PFP. they ain't going nowhere.
I love the PFP too. Like, I'm glad I picked the Plague, because I think Pons and them represent both of what we're talking about right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and yeah. So that was kind of like my gaming kind of experience. I did do other clans and stuff like that. So I'm like, another thing too, I will explain, is a lot of that inspiration of art actually comes from my childhood, of early Blizzard days. So you'll see a combination of like modern, traditional, and fantasy added into it. So a lot of the inspiration came from Warcraft 3. So you'll see a lot of elf ears and stuff, like not what you normally see on these anime collections, just because it's so dear to me personally.
Right.
But then you'll also see like kind of like the Diablo days a little bit, and like StarCraft. So I'm kind of like really molding those worlds together, where Blizzard never did that. They always kept those worlds very separate. So I'm really excited for our art to continue to progress. Yeah, it's so our first mint is going to be membership art, which is going to be different than what you normally see. I'm trying my best to be innovative in everything I do. I don't want to follow someone else's blueprint or someone else's successes. I want to be my own blueprint. I want to because I think that it takes that special creative mind to think outside the box. Just because something else was a success doesn't mean it's sustainable success either, right? And that's what we saw a lot, right? And that the models of yesterday just weren't working, right? Why is nine or pretty much all collections failing? Yes, it's to do with market conditions, of course, but you know what I mean? If they had a sustainable business model, they're not going to crash as much, in which you have seen other ones. So it is very much not my business model to sell NFTs, and that's kind of why we've started off with a free mint as well. We will be a SaaS product, but I'm sure we can go into that a little bit more.
Yeah,
so I'm skipping some episodes.
Cut you off because you're jumping to episode 3.
I know. Sorry.
And I still got a couple questions. So the first one is, and then we can move on, because I think we're getting a good segue into a more professional career. You covered your gaming influences. I probably have like 3 questions. So the first one is, this is really back in the beginning, because I'm really interested in this, because I didn't go to homeschooling, and you used video games to socialize, right? And kind of build that, because you need social interaction. Like we're social humans at the core of what we are. We need to be around people. Do you think there's a big difference between the kind of the face-to-face interaction and how you grew up to homeschool, and advantages or disadvantages? Do you have anything to say about that?
Yeah, that's a good question, because most homeschoolers are very awkward, right? Honestly, I'm like a weird combination of an introvert and an extrovert. I'm
Right.
like very much more on the introvert side of things, but I always had that bubbly kind of personality where
Right.
I can connect to people pretty good. And just yeah, it's yeah, it's tough, right? I guess it's yeah, I know that's a tough question. I guess a little
It's
bit of
okay. If you don't
yeah,
have an
yeah.
answer, I was just interested if anything came off the top of your head. And if you don't have an answer, it's totally fine. I do ask, like I said in the beginning, we're going deep, man. We're going deep.
Yeah,
So,
no, I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
some people get thrown off by like, damn, dude, that's a deep question. Like, are we in a therapy session or something? What's going on here? And you can tell me, bro, that's just too much. I don't have an answer for you.
No, yeah, no, honestly, it was just because I'm just trying to just relay my own life.
Right.
And I guess there was a little bit of both, really. I
Right.
was confident, but very shy and not confident at the same time. Like,
Right.
I felt like maybe very confident around friends, but like public speaking, video, stuff like that, I never liked doing.
Right.
I was very much that type. I really like pretty much uh, like people you see on the online, right? Keyboard warriors, right? Where
Yeah.
they're
Yeah.
confident until that. A little bit of that, I guess. We're
Yeah.
not too extreme, but yeah, a little bit of
So
that.
no, that's good insight, and I appreciate the thoughts there. I think my next one, and then we can move on to kind of like the working years and past the games is any far as like influence, whether it be your parents, an uncle, a grandparent, any stories you have there that think like
Ooh.
really kind of impacted the way that you think or values that you hold because of them.
Yeah, well, I'm a mama's boy.
Okay.
And my mom,
Okay.
honestly, my dad and I never really had a good like he was always in my life, but
Right.
we never really had that father and son kind
Right.
of bond where I always felt like I just felt like there was a disconnect a lot,
Right.
where I just
Right.
naturally gravitated to my mom, and my mom is a lot like me, right? I try and be like my mom. She's
Right.
honestly such a lovely, caring person that's always thinking of others before her, and if I want to just be a fraction of that, right? And it
Right.
just I want to make her proud. For people that don't know, she somehow found me on Twitter X. Like I wouldn't give her mine for so long. I was just like, no, you're not gonna look at all my posts every day. Like, there's no way I'm giving you that. And then one day she freaking followed me. I'm like, how did you find me? And she's like, you're blue? I'm just like, oh my goodness.
That's
So I don't know
funny.
if it's creepy or bullish, but my mom found me without giving my socials.
I'm bullish. I'm the same way. Definitely a mama's boy. And I mean, I just remember like some of my fondest memories, like my mom, she had a daycare that ran out of the home. That was the way we got some extra money. So like all the kids were always over. And like Friday nights were dance party nights. And we'd have like 15 kids in our living room just dancing around. And like she was the person that you wanted to be. And her energy was just amazing. And I was actually the opposite. I was like, Mom, I'm starting to stream. I better see you in chat. And she's like, I don't know what I'm doing. But she would totally like that's such the mom move where like, we stream on Twitch live too. So it's like YouTube, Twitch, and X. We'll do a simulcast stream. And everyone's going like, hey, how's it going? And they're having chats back and forth. And all of a sudden, here comes a paragraph, right? Mom has like sat here for like 15 minutes thinking this out. A lot of it's like how much she loves me and how great of a human I am. But it's just so funny to see your parents and older people interact with technology. But then that's great to hear. And you know, I think we're very similar in a lot of aspects. And I immediately got the kind of warm, genuine, bubbly character, which is cool to have because I think I've experienced, because people describe me in the same way, is that it gives you this like without saying it, I can tell you, hey man, you can trust me. Like I'm genuinely care about you. I genuinely mean what I'm saying. It gets rid of that uneasiness of like, we're having this heartfelt conversation, and we've talked on Twitter, right? And we're able to do that because of the personalities and the people that we are. And that's not lost on me. And I don't think it should be lost on you, because I feel the same exact way about you, man. And that is such an amazing trait to have as a leader and a founder of a company. So props to you, dude.
I appreciate that. And I actually did think of one more thing too, where
Yeah.
I guess the inspiration did come from. So my mom, she owns a hair salon in one of the retirement homes I actually work out of. So very much that I saw her with her own business doing that, and how successful she could be with only working a couple days. So her goal was to work 2 days a week, but make the amount of money where if she was having kind of a full-time job or something like that. And
Right.
she was very successful. And so
Right.
I actually volunteered a lot because I homeschooled
Right.
in retirement homes. So I actually grew up there. And that's another reason too of why the business that I built, and we'll get into that a little bit later. But yeah, a lot of that inspiration came from seeing that, and just on how she is as a person, right? And yeah,
Yeah.
just trying to be a bit like that.
Dude, that's thank you for sharing that story, but that makes total sense as well. Like you can't, I think, do more than like living it, right? Like my mother-in-law is been a lifelong teacher and educator, and she ended up as like a CTO of a huge school district. But when she interacts with my son, I'm like, she absolutely is a teacher. She is so good at like bringing him along for the ride, showing him, talking to him, like all of these things that I think you should be doing. She's really, really good at it. And what I'm getting at is there's no better learning lesson than jumping into it and seeing, especially someone that you love and you care about, like learning those lessons from. So that's so cool that she kind of took you along for the ride for that. Dude, I'm telling you, man, I knew you were gonna crush it. That is one
I
of the
appreciate
more
it.
entertaining episode ones I've had in a long time, and I really appreciate it. Anything else you wanna share before we kinda move into more of the professional career past, video games, or you feel good about it?
Yeah, no, I'll go a little bit to so yeah. So when I said I was very successful in digital skins, so I did a lot of trading in those. I One very successful trade, I actually got like crypto like gains in Counter Strike. So it was what was it? It was before CS:GO. So it's the same game, but it's transitioned a few
Right,
different times into different games.
right,
I got into like at the beginning of it. So they're actually they actually created digital skins and the want for that. They created the loot boxes system. This was the first rendition of it, and they created an ecosystem around it, and I got so addicted to it. I
right.
love it. Like I love charts. I love trading. I all I did with Diablo 2 before too, when I was younger, I would trade all day long. So I learned those skills of bartering,
Right,
just talking to people. You could say hustling. I was
right.
in there just literally like homeschooling, just trying to trade up my items and stuff like
Yeah.
that. So
Dude, I
it was
wish my co-founder was here, because before I told you we started streaming, we actually played video games and we played Elder Scrolls Online. And this son of a bitch would sit in this game for 8 hours trying to find the best deals in a virtual market, right? Like he just loved it. And he's always telling me like, "Hey bro, I got this potion for like 10% off." I'm like, "I don't care. I just want to shoot things and slash things." Totally just a tangent. But yeah, I totally get you, because my best friend is the same person.
yeah. And it was just fun, right? I found entertainment. And you know what, actually it leads me to this too. This was actually the first time I kind of experienced a scam. So
Ooh,
I got to I was again all the video games I played, I took very serious.
yeah,
And I traded, like I said, all day. Like I would put in 8 hours of trading, like
right,
trading people up. And then this clan, this guy who was really good was like, "Hey, you want to come to this clan? Blah blah. You got to duel me first." We did these things, and then he got me to download something, dude. I still remember it. I'll never forget it. So I downloaded something. This is again, I didn't know about scams, I didn't know about viruses and stuff like that. So I downloaded this thing, and I had to literally watch my screen drop all of my items. And what I should have done was turn off my PC, and that would have actually left me from the game, and he wouldn't have been able to take everything. I had to literally watch, and that's again like wallet drains. It was gut wrenching. It was devastating. It was all I did every day. It was literally years of work just evaporated within seconds. Really, it was dude. Honestly, I was heartbroken. It took a toll on me. It was the first experience that I got, and that's why I haven't been drained in Web3. I knock on wood. And I've been in crypto for a really long time is because I've experienced that. I experienced at a really young age that people are out to get you, even if they are trying to act like your friend. You always have to be careful.
100%.
And that was like the kind of like it was you got to sometimes learn the hard way, right? And that's with a lot of these Web3 stuff. As shitty as it sounds, most people get at least drained once because you just need to learn those things because you don't take it as serious as you should, right? When you're new and you know what, you're trying new things, you're not as you're just not aware of these people, and I've just always been from that point. I learned my lesson from scammers, and I just was very much more cautious about things. I don't click links anymore, and I don't download anything.
No. And I'm glad you bring that up because it's a great analogy for the other things that we were talking about in the beginning. Is like, and I think we were talking about this before we even got on stream, but you know, the basic principles for success, and let's keep it in business, right? Like we were saying, like hard work over a long period of time. People think a long period is a year. No, I'm talking a decade, right? Self-awareness, figuring out your superpower, all of those things. It's unfortunate, but a lot of times, even though the writing is there and the writing's on the wall on how to be successful, you just have to experience yourself. And sometimes it is the negative things like getting rugged. But I will say that one way to prevent it, either prevent it or make it not happen as often, is surround yourself with the right people, right? And I think that is one of the many reasons why people are attracting to your brand so much. And that's why I've been able to cultivate a very small community, but super passionate, right? And I've been doing this for almost 3 years now. And it's interesting to me because the Web3 space, especially, you know, the last couple of weeks, there's been some people calling out founders and stuff. They're getting sick of it now, right? And they're wanting to see that the Mikes and the Blues of the world. And I think we're going to have a really good ride over the next couple of years because if you surround yourself with the right people, especially in a space like this, you can really do some cool things. Any thoughts there?
Honestly, and it's honestly incredible to see that we're kind of shifting to that more of that meta, because in the past, even when I was building, real builders were not respected. People didn't give a shit. Like, oh, you're actually trying to build product? Fuck that. That's not going to pump my bag.
Right.
Where, you know, I mean, people wanted that easy, quick flip. Hey, in and out, not, hey, you know what? Blue wants you to actually participate and grow emotional connection with people. It just, we were doing it differently. And I was doing it at a time that it was frowned upon. Honestly, I was told by quite a few different people, the way I'm doing it is pretty stupid, or not. They didn't use stupid, but they were just saying like, come on, like, you know what I mean? You could do this differently. This, like, why it's such a small supply, yada, yada. Where I was just focused on how I felt like I could do it successfully. And I knew that I was willing to put in at least 3 years of not doing anything, making money or anything like that. I was willing to put in some serious time into it. That was kind of like when I first started. I was like, okay, 3 years. if it's still just not a success or just no one really cares about that, that's where I'll give my time. And that's a lot. Like, most people, they'll give it to Mint and that's about it. Right? Where I've kind of taken a different approach at it. I was willing to just put my all into it, right? And I knew no matter what, even if it didn't work out the way I wanted to work out, that there is no failure here, that I would become a better version of myself. And I've already seen that. And you know what? We haven't failed yet. So so it's a win-win right now. And yeah, doing these type of things, right? Getting out of my comfort zones, because I know those things are essential, right? Essential to being a founder, essential to the project that I do these type of things, even though I don't feel comfortable in them. And yeah, I'm excited, right? And that's where it's not my nerves speaking all the time. It is a little bit of excitement, but it's also not getting ahead of yourself, because I've done that. I got too excited and then the nerves shoot back and it really puts you in check. But yeah, I'm just trying to take it stride by stride. And I tell that to my audience and our community too, is that I'm going to fuck up. I'm going to, but you know what matters the most is we're going to learn from that, and we're going to be better because of it. And I think that's so valuable in that, is that, yeah, not to have unrealistic expectations of me, and that, you know what, I am human. And the fact that we're going to talk about it, right? We're going to get through it, right? And that's what matters the most. And you see successful businesses and collections and stuff like that. There's FUD everywhere. There's not one project that hasn't been FUDed for something, right? And that, yeah, it's just, yeah, I encourage the FUD, because you know what, that's another thing too, is that a lot of people, they shun the FUD, or they don't want to hear it. But you know what, there's reason into everything. Why are they feeling that way? There's something that's made them feel that way. And it's my job to find if it's actually constructive, if it's actually non-toxic, is it meaningful? Like, why feeling that way? And yeah, I take the time out for those people, and just maybe not in the general chat. If it's like constant toxic messages, it'd be like, okay, well, let's go into the DM. I will be, and that's one trait that I've always had that I feel like has done me well in my life, is the humility. I'm not afraid to say when I screw up or something like that, and I own it, right? And I think that's where a lot of founders go wrong, is that they try and either hide it or pretend like it never happened, or just move past it, or don't try to realize what actually went wrong. And I like to analyze those things. I like to analyze the bad, and a lot of people do.
Or make Twitter threads with an explanation, which is a bunch of hot air, like things like that are, you know, not the right things. Dude, you said so many amazing things there. Two things I want to point out is I truly believe everything happens for a reason, but I also truly believe everything happens for a reason if you put work behind it, right? So I'm getting at, you've been working for a while, and isn't it funny that the narrative in the space is changing to align with the narrative of your project and what you stand for at the right times when you're really thinking about Mini. And that happened for a reason, because of your hard work, but also for what you stand for. So I just wanted to point that out, because I think that's really cool how that happens. And then two, when we were talking about surrounding yourself like with the right people to help shield you from, because I'm in the same position, right? Like, I don't know, other than a PFP, I can analyze your Twitter social profile and see if you're okay. But then I have a conversation and I got to take your word for it. And I have a 15-minute conversation. Now I'm inviting you on an intimate hour-and-a-half show, thinking like, hopefully this works out, because that's a big chunk of time to be spending and it not work out. And yet I have never had a really awkward situation. And I think it goes to prove like the process and the rigor that I put in it too. But I surround myself with good people, because a lot of the leads came. PJ, who is a diehard member of mine, and is a PJ08, I think is his actual handle.
Oh, dude, I love PJ. Yeah. I love PJ.
He's a hardcore member of yours. And, you know, the reason why we're talking is because of him, right? And he knew immediately. He was like, dude, Mikey has to talk to Blue, because I know they're going to have a great conversation. And sure enough, here we are thanks to those people, because we're surrounding ourselves with the right people, and it's so critically important. So just a couple thoughts as you were talking. Amazing conversation, man. Amazing conversation. But I definitely want to, let's move on to episode 2 after CSGO. Amazing lessons about what founders should be thinking about, getting scammed, surrounding yourself with the right people. I'd love to hear about kind of the skill set you built, building a business, a successful cleaning business, and then we can get into the Web3 portion of things as well.
Yeah. So my home care business. So it's not cleaning. It's
All right.
I take care of. No, it's all good. I take care. So I have some schooling backing it. So again, going back to the retirement home. So I was there. I worked in every single job. So I did dishwasher, I did dietary, I did housekeeping, and I just kept working my way up there. And then I had to go back to schooling to start working with the residents. And the job title that I had was RCA. It's a registered care aide. It's one under a nurse. So I wanted to, again, just do my gradual steps up, and that's just who I am as a person. I like to just kind of continue to kind of level up. I don't like just to jump into the deep end, just who I am.
Right.
So I went back, and I was working with this job, and I just felt like, you know what, I'm doing all the work. I want to go into nursing, but to go into nursing is going to be another 2 years, another $20,000, and my pay raise is only going to be like $5 or $6. So it's like, do I really spend all that money to do that, or I could go into RN, which is another 4 years and a lot more money, but I get paid like, I'd say $20 extra.
Right.
And I was like, that was kind of the whole goal of it. I was just going to go kind of gradually up, and then I just realized, or actually I didn't realize, I had a resident's family member come up to me and was like, "Hey, you are honestly, every time I see you, you're always caring about me. You're always coming up to me. Would you watch my husband, or not watch, sorry, would you take care of my husband and take him out for walks and do more personal care with him?" And I was just like, oh my goodness, this is actually something I've been wanting to do with the business. So I went to my managers and like, we love you, but we cannot let you do this because it's what's the word I'm looking for? When there's money involved, it's a conflict of interest.
Yeah.
So that you couldn't be getting paid from a resident, because then who's to say that I would favor him over other residents because you're paying me, you know what I mean, to keep them happy.
Right.
And they said, we want you to be successful. And they just said the only way you can do this is by quitting this job. So what I did was, at that time I was still working 2 jobs. So I kept with my other job, which was a community support worker. So we were working with people with all different type of challenges in the community. So so I was already used to that type of work. So I used that as kind of my crutch, just to be able to still pay my mortgage, because we were just bought our first condo. So it was very important that I still made money while trying to scale up this business.
Right.
So I started with one client, and honestly, again, I spent nothing on marketing. And this is, I guess, a reason why I've done the things I've done, is that it was just through word of mouth and just doing a good job. It honestly spread like wildfire. And then I got to the point where I was able to quit my other job. I was working more than full time. I literally couldn't even take on more clients. And I do this as sole proprietorship. So for the people that don't know what that means, is I do obviously everything. I do the invoicing, I do the working, I do dealing with the clients, dealing with the family members. I do absolutely everything. I didn't have any employees. And I actually scaled this up to, I was making, I think my peak was just under $100,000 a year. And I was just about to get into getting employees and stuff like that. But I hired some employees, and they were just terrible. It became more of a headache than it alleviated anything, right?
Yeah.
And I just felt like, okay, I'm dealing with people. This is, you know what I mean? It's a lot harder to scale up than like something like in Web3, where if something goes wrong, that it's on me, right? If someone affects someone's actual well-being, it's on me. Where I just felt it was really hard to scale, and I was very passionate about it. I was very happy with where I was at, and that's where I kind of just naturally was started to transition into Web3 more. I just felt like it was something I was still very passionate about. I was very passionate with people, community, and stuff like that. But I felt like I could actually scale this up into something that's bigger than just me.
Yeah.
And that's kind of like my natural transition kind of into this. I still do this business to help pay my mortgage, and
Yeah.
I've done this while building this project. I'm now recently starting to scale it out a little bit, just because I take care of my daughter as well too. So I'm doing everything. I'm nonstop, really, every single day. Like if I get an hour to myself on the couch, it's that's like a weekend for me.
Right. I feel you, brother, for having the 5-month-old full-time job and trying to build this Web3 stuff as well, man. It's a lot.
Yeah, and another thing too is it just I could have just made a rug like everyone else and made a bunch of money and ran off and stuff like that. But I that's not me. I wasn't gonna try and fundraise from taking money from other people. I would prefer having a third job and Web3 be a fail than me to deceive the people that honestly are the closest to me in this space. Like I don't even know how other people can even do it. Honestly, it just, I guess they just never really had that emotional connection with their community, and I think that's where it's different with me. Those people are like my number one. Like they're mean everything to me, right?
You bring up a good point there too. Is, you know, a lot of people were approaching Web3 as almost a different form of a Kickstarter, right? But where I do think it is really special is how you're treating it. Is you can create, for the first time ever, this solely online, token gated, intimate community that really helps each other out. And it's the next evolution of brand, right? Brand is now community. Like, listen, like, I love craft beer, right? But if my local craft brewery is trying to promote brand through community, let's be honest, I'm just gonna buy the beer and go home. Right? But if you're in it to win it together, it creates such a different way to grow a brand. And perfect example, the $0 on marketing and organically spreading online. That is not possible if we're talking about insurance, or we're talking about all of these other kind of corporatized Web2 companies. And this whole evolution is fascinating to see. So I'm glad you brought that up. I just thought that was another thought that came in my mind.
Thank you. No, I appreciate it. And yeah, and that's what excites me too, is that we're in kind of the unknown, right? And that's another example of why you should be okay with making mistakes, right? No one knows the correct answer, right? And that's the thing is if you're following other people's blueprints and they don't work, you're gonna end up at the same destination, right?
Where 99% of them haven't worked. So
no, I know, and people are still, honestly, we're seeing a bit of a shift, but people still are doing the kind of the same techniques. I actually love to see it, and I think the space doesn't see it as much as I do, but like
right.
I believe DSK has started kind of like a new shift in I know how they really bring in a community before Mint. Like I got told by someone too, like, dude, you cannot make a community before Mint. Like you're wasting your time. They're just gonna floor it, and the people that are gonna buy it are your actual community. You cannot. It's impossible to have community before Mint.
Right.
And I was like, no, you can't tell me that. I believe that I can build a useful product that encourages people to hold, but also it encourages where you don't have to leave that emotional connection, where you have people that you enjoy being around. And that's what's so important to me. When I got into Web3, there was a couple communities like that. I lost a lot of money on those, but they didn't have that business structure. They thought
Right.
that just dropping NFTs was enough. Like,
Yep.
dude, we can just keep dropping NFTs. They're,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? They keep buying them, but that's not sustainable. And that's why I'm trying to build practical products, and that's not even just tied around Web3
Right.
and NFTs. I'm building products that.
What up, what up, what up, what up, people? Just got back from the pool with the little son. Just wanted to check in. Listen, I don't ask for much, but I put my YouTube link down below. All you were to sub right now, I'd get over 1,000 followers and I'd be able to start monetizing my content a little bit more. I think a lot of you enjoy it. If you could help a redheaded brother out that loves Web3 and loves you all, just click the link and just press that sub button. Ain't too hard. Gonna be on a space later. JR District. I love you all. I'm gonna go eat some dinner. Glad you're enjoying the content. Let's take it away. Blue, you're my boy.
Help build communities, and that can be applied, like you said, so many places. There's a reason why every Walmart or sorry, not Walmart, every McDonald's and fast food restaurant is now rewarding people with points. Is because
Right.
we're moving to that type of economy where people want incentive to be there, and I'm doing it in a way that incentivizes people, but then grows that emotional connection between users and creators. And
Yeah.
that's why I do believe that our products are different than a lot you see in this space, is because I'm looking at it a completely different mindset,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
unique to me and what I've done. And I've taken instances of these past buildings, of these past clans and stuff like that, and I'm applying what I've learned in the past. And I think that's why I'm a step ahead of most people in this space, is
Yeah.
because I've had those skills. And I'm not saying I'm a step ahead in like development and business standpoint, because I am learning a lot. I'm always learning. And yeah, it just, I have a very unique mindset, and that's why I've brought in the people that I know I need to bring in, those skills that really boast where I don't, and that really kind of help keep the structure of it up. Where I feel like I'm weak, I'm bringing in the people that feel like that's their best suit, right? Where put together, nothing can stop us, really, honestly.
Yeah, man, I might have to talk to you after this about maybe me helping you out with these casual interviews for the brand, because I feel like that's where I could help you out. So maybe we'll
Yeah,
have a talk later. But you
100%.
said something which you cannot express this enough. And it is the way that you're thinking about Web3, which is this shift that we're really starting to see literally over the last couple months. When you said that people told you, no, you can't build a community and then eventually launch an NFT, but that's actually the right way to do it. The missing piece is what you said, though, is you're building ways to generate revenue. Whereas before it was create hype, launch an NFT. But the problem with that model is the instant the floor drops, your community is gone. And now you have no way to sustain. So all you're doing is reversing that equation, which creates long-term prosperity, which ultimately creates the true happiness in the space and is the main opportunity. So I love how you describe that. And I just wanted to reiterate it because people need to hear that. And
Appreciate
listen,
it.
again, I'm not going to be naive to the fact that there's just a lot of people here that want to make money quick and flip, right? They're hoping that they hit the Bored Ape and that they become a millionaire overnight. And there are people that do that, especially, I mean, shit coins are shit coins for a reason, right? Someone has made a lot of money, they share that story and everyone else thinks they can do the same thing. That will never go away, and that is fine. But I am interested in the Blues of the world and the Mikey G's that are creating the content, I think, the right way for the long haul. And it's really great to just meet another mind like that.
No, I appreciate it. And I appreciate your efforts, because, like you said, those people are needed, right? I felt like too, if someone isn't going to do it, who else is, right?
Right.
And someone needs to stand up. Someone
Right.
needs to start putting in the hard work and put
100%.
in those efforts before. And that's what I'm just trying to do. I'm trying to lead by example, and I do. And I've since the beginning, I believe this, and I still do to this day, is that I think some of the biggest talent's going to come out of DSK is because we're going to we're going to put our minds together, right? And I've already seen that. I hire everyone out of our community, and
Right.
and I want to kind of help them along their journey, because a lot in my life too is that I had a lot of struggles, but I did those struggles on my own.
Yeah.
I never really looked for help through those, and I just kind of put my head down. But I know how difficult that is, right? And how much, if you do have help from others, how much easier it actually can be. And I want to be that help for people, and that not only for our community, but the tools and products that we're actually building. I'm not going to be releasing these at like crazy prices. I want to have them at such an affordable price that really fosters those type of people. It doesn't push them away. It really bands them together, because again, I'm just coming from as a very community NFT enthusiast. Like, I just love being a part of the community, but I always felt like I was taken advantage of, and I
Yeah.
just want to do my best to try and help push those people that actually mean well forward. And if you really, like you said, everyone has their own superpower, right? And it's so true, right? And it's just finding that. It's finding that belief in ourselves, and magic can happen after that. And if the wrong people are always getting pushed, or there's so many gatekeepers, and that's why I think you'll never see me kind of collabing with these influencers and all these people that get absolutely every single opportunity in the space. It just, if I were to do that and provide those people, yes, I could get a lot more hype. Yes, DSK could be fucking going crazy, but that just, it takes away from what I believe should be done in the space, and that should be supporting the smaller people in it, because those are the people that honestly harness so much power, and a lot of times are just the genuine type of people, and I want to see those people win, man.
Yeah.
The nice guy does usually finish last. It really
Yeah.
is true.
It's so
And
important.
I've dealt with that my whole life, right?
Yeah.
And I just want to help kind of push the good people forward, and help
Right.
give them the tools and strength to really see that in themselves, because I know when I learned that and I finally saw that in myself, how much my world changed.
Yeah.
And I hope to do that for people.
Dude, I got chills, man. Like, we're kindred spirits, brothers from another mother. A couple things there that you said. So people have heard this story, but I went through a major depressive order, and the only reason I am here today is because of this support network, right? And you building a community with the main intention of like supporting each other, like going through tough. I always say this, like, listen, man, if I was born in the ghetto and I didn't have a dad, and my mom was like addicted to drugs, and I went through what I went through, I understand why horrible shit in this world happens, right? Like, there is a 0.00001% chance that I would have ever made it through that without support network, which makes me even appreciate more people that have gone through horrific shit by themselves and have somehow gotten through the other side. That person is way more admirable than Elon Musk to me, or any other billionaire that people, freak out about. That person is the true GOAT, right? And the fact that one of your main intentions is to cultivate and create this community, like you said, the power of that is unbelievable, and it's so magical, the things that can happen with that. So, like, I just, again, totally resonate, and I appreciate that message. And more people need to hear that, because dude, you can't do it alone. It's impossible. Life is pretty much impossible if you're stuck doing it alone. Even if the people that have gotten through it alone at very hard times, you cannot indefinitely last like that forever. You will eventually break. So finding the right people to surround yourself with is so freaking critical, and I love it, man. Just got me super jazzed up.
Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, and honestly, that goes back to really my career too, in the field that I work in. I work with vulnerable people,
Right.
in all ages. So I've worked with vulnerable children, vulnerable teenagers, all the way to elderly, right? And I see it. People take advantage of those people, and it is brutal. I've seen some crazy stuff. I've heard some crazy stories, and that's why I have a hard time where yeah, no, I won't go into anything, but yeah, it is. I've seen some crazy,
Yeah.
or I've heard some crazy things, and if they can get through it, it's like, man, like, yeah, the world is, yeah, it's a tough place, but
Yeah.
yeah, a lot of people have seen a lot of crazy things, and it just, yeah, it means a lot to me, right, to support people, because we all have our own story, and it's unique to that person. But yeah, I just want to be a very supportive person, and I know how much beauty can come from that, really is, and
Mhm.
it changes lives,
Yeah.
and that's what I really hope to do. I hope not only to change my life in this, and make this a career, a full-time career of mine, but I want to make it a career for everyone else. And I've structured DSK in a way where the only way I can be a success is if other people around me are a success.
I love it, man. And one of the things, the last thing that popped up about what you said, and I think maybe this is a mantra me and you start together on Twitter and we just hammer this into people. Uh, it is true, and it hurts my soul to say it, that the nice guy 99 out of 100 times finishes last. And it's just not fair. And it pisses me off. But one of the ways you can combat that is exactly what we talked about. Nice guys usually don't finish last if they have a community and resources behind them, right? And if you're just the solo nice guy, you're absolutely going to finish last. But you can support yourself with community connections to actually flip that equation. And I think we should start spreading the word.
I
Nice
fucking love
guys
it,
don't finish
dude.
last. Nice guys don't finish last with Midlife Crisis and DSK, because we're a community of helpers, genuine people, and lovers, and we're gonna break through that fucking barrier.
Dude, I absolutely love that.
Unbelievable conversation. Don't want to miss the opportunity, of course, though, to talk about Web3, what you're doing with DSK, what people can expect. We did what I think the magic is part of the podcast, which is we got a pretty deep understanding of who you are as a human. I'm a believer. After all of this, I hope everybody else that watches this is a believer, because these are the people and the types of things, and I cannot stress this enough, you want your founders to be saying these things. These are the type of people that you want to be following, that you hope someday you could ever have a leader that says the same thing. So props to you, man. Let's get there, dude. So take us through, you can start off a little bit, like, let's not go back to 2013 crypto.
No.
We maybe can start off with the beginning of the DS. I know you've been working on for a while. Any other tidbits of crypto before DSK that are relevant, that are interesting to you? But let's start episode 3, brother.
Yeah. So a little bit of, I always wanted to work in crypto, but I just felt like, oh, this is just all devs, technical stuff. How the hell am I supposed to start to work in this space when I just don't, like, I'm very passionate about it and I know a lot about it, but how do I apply that? And I just always was in that kind of weird limbo for a really long time.
Right.
And it came down to NFTs and seeing that, and it just triggered that thought of just what I've done in the past, and like, I can apply myself to this, I can really make this. And then how I started DSK was I started with me and one other person, that it was actually just someone that supported me on Twitter. So he didn't know anything too. He was like at my state and was just like, how do I help? And I just said, hey, learn how to create Discord. You can be our Discord guy. Because he was very much a shy person, and didn't really want to go into too big of a role, et cetera, et cetera. So he just focused on Discord. He created our Discord. He learned it, and he always just kept applying himself. He would always just help me whenever needed, and I just was very grateful for that. And I just hired an artist to make some art. and he wasn't going to bring him on actually the team. I was just like, okay, I'll pay for the art, we'll get that done, and we'll just keep going forward. And then I just realized I really liked this artist, and I was like, you know what, hey, you want to come on the team, etc., etc. We can work things out. So yeah, it was just pretty much us three at the beginning, and to this day, and we've never announced it because he was very shy on it still, and was always nervous. But I actually asked him if he wanted to be a co-founder of mine. Like, this guy is just coming from the community, and he has actually a part of the business, and a quite large percentage of it. And it means a lot to me. The people around me do well. I'm not here to just try and take the biggest piece or just the whole pie itself.
Right.
And that's, again, with how I'm building is I don't want to build out my whole ecosystem. That's not how healthy ecosystems live. I can't control everything. I have learned this from being in crypto for so long, seeing the evolution of Ethereum, right? And that really was based around community and getting other people to build out the ecosystem. And they just were really a crutch in the earlier days. And then that's what I'm trying to be. Yes, a lot of it is centered around me at this point, but you don't see, like, one example, someone was just like, oh, why aren't the whitelists blue and all this? But I don't want it to be about me, right? It is about all of us. And that's why I don't do these things where you see a lot of founders, they do it. They put it around their brand and all that stuff. And then the whole project's centered around them. And it's not that I don't want, like, flowers and be like, oh yes, it's all about me, like, and get that gratitude of people. It's to make a healthy ecosystem, it is so much more, and we've seen so many people fail in the past, and it's beautiful about that too, is that by doing it that way, you're actually providing opportunities to people that maybe not had them before that. And that's why I think is so important to have ecosystems built by other peoples, because it blossoms in a way you couldn't get that inorganically. And you couldn't get that if someone was just trying to eat the whole pie to themselves. And I know what I'm building is so much bigger than just one person. I want to build something that outlasts me. And I'm very much in the gaming sphere too, in that people don't realize that, but that type of stuff is really important to me, and that we will eventually be building in that scene, in that space of things, but I'm going to do it at in a gradual way. That's not just gonna be like, hey, we've dropped this game that absolutely sucks ass. Sorry, we're dead in the water. We're gonna build that up to that. And I think that the future of all sports are esports, and it's actually something that's very, very much in my interest of going down that route. I think that in 20 years, we're not going to really be watching a lot of sports on TV, and because they're, not only are they harsh on people's health, that we're going to get to a state that these things are more entertaining, that, like, you're going to start to see, like, the Apples of the world, where people are wearing these things, and you're going into that augmented reality that is way more naturally engaging, and you can do things that you couldn't do in the other world. And it's also, again, better for people's health. People aren't getting these life-ending injuries and stuff like that. That is a very big issue in this work. I do think that we're going to be watching Quidditch matches and stuff like that, like crazy stuff.
Absolutely.
And I want to be a part of that, right? I want to be that. But I knew, just me and my connections, where I am at my state in my life, is that I need to work my way up to that. And I'm not just going to drop a game because I think it's going to bring in hype and stuff like that. We're going to drop a game when we know it is going to be something that people actually genuinely love. I'm not here to just say I'm going to do a bunch of things. I rather my actions speak louder than my words, and it's usually the opposite in this space.
So, all right, man, we've already had kind of the pre-beginning story of DSK. Really do this with every guest on the show. Want to hear it? Can't wait to hear what you have to say. Elevator pitch, right? You got a 10-page deck. We're in Silicon Valley. We're going to the top. You've got like a minute, 2 minutes max on why I should be interested in what you're doing, want to be a part of the community, and eventually maybe spend some money with your business.
I love that question. So yeah, the elevator pitch. It is growing the emotional connection between user and user and creator, and doing this at an affordable rate through our SaaS products. So without going into the in depth in our products are really to not only strengthen the emotional connection between users and the community, but to optimize team and be able to enable teams to do more with less.
Love it, man.
Exactly.
That sounds, and you know what's great is I can tell that you've thought about this a lot, because that was very simple and honed in, and not once did you say how much money I'm gonna make, how hyped it is. Like, you said the right things, so I really appreciate that insight. Um, One of the things that we were talking about, though, was AI. And I think I'm really interested in how you're going to be using AI and DSK. Like that piqued my interest.
So what we're doing is we're creating a SaaS product that not only makes communities better, but it actually enhances the strength of teams. It allows teams to work at at a higher level with less staff. So my background is that I didn't have the people around me, so I had to really put my head down and figure out how I can be more efficient with the resources I had, and that has everything to do with what we build. Um, and it's supposed to be in a way that really it feels natural. It feels like you're a part of something, and where a lot of the tools that we see in this space is very that emotional attachment between user and prize, user and reward, and then after that reward maybe dries up or they're not as involved anymore, they fall out. And we're in an attention seeking economy right now. It is
Yep.
so important to retain attention, and everything that we're build really supports that. So each product that we have built is built in a methodical way that really helps support those things in different avenues. So our bots, so our first bots that we built were really based around engagement and emotional connection.
Yeah.
And then our second bot is very much around education and knowledge.
Yeah.
And then our third kind of bot is around monetary gains, and it can be coupled with education. So our emotional connection bots. So it was the first to market that I've seen. It's the first interactive giveaway bot. She lives autonomously in our general chat and elsewhere. Won't go too into detail with that today.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you won't actually see her until you actually win a raffle ticket, and she'll randomly rain down a raffle ticket on someone. And I say to people, the only way to cheat that is to have genuine conversation with people. So like one word things. So there's a little bit of chance, there's a little bit of characteristics into it, and there's a few things that go into it.
Right.
And that really starts that organic conversation. So whether people are there for the right reasons or not, they're naturally going to gravitate to people that they enjoy talking to, and in return, whether they like it or not, they're going to have that, you're going to grow that emotional connection when you start to learn about people more. It's second nature, right? It feels natural in that way, and then they get rewarded from that, and then they can use those tickets in our in-house raffle marketplace and use those in all a plethora of different raffles. And it won't just be NFTs, it's just NFTs right now, but we want to have physical things in there as well. So it's not just digital. And the reason too of why I went with raffles is, again, to try and optimize funds, optimize business. I was funding everything myself for over a year. I had to figure out ways on how I could really stretch my dollar as much as possible,
Right.
and that's where I went down the raffle way. It wasn't in a deceiving way. It was just, how can I really give my audience or other audiences that dopamine hit without going broke, because I knew
Right.
I had to make it through the bear market, right?
Mhm.
So that was really of why. I went with the raffle route, and it does. It really helps out teams be able to create an experience without going broke, honestly. So it
Right.
really helps keep money down, costs down. And again, this is all autonomous, so you can just burn it and go right into the raffle, and the team doesn't actually have to do anything other than upload the raffles to the marketplace. So I'm
Nice.
really trying to optimize teams with everything that we're doing, and a lot of the stuff that we're doing is AI relevant. So a lot of stuff is built with AI. So we actually created about 6 to 8 months ago the first scalable AI Discord bot that could enable internet learning, almost like a virtual assistant. So you could go
Nice.
into a general chat and ask them anything, like you kind of see in AI
Right.
with other of these websites. But it's becoming a lot harder to sign up for these. There's a lot of backlog, or you're getting charged. Where
Right.
this is enabling your community to do this at scale
Mhm.
without huge overcosts. And so it's not just text, we can do photos and stuff like that. And again, this is a growing the emotional connection between users, but also between user and the creator, or the designated or desired area of where they are.
Right.
So it's not only creating content for businesses. So like DSK is a prime example of this. You see our AI stuff absolutely everywhere,
Right.
or our art everywhere, and a majority of that is actually AI, and it really grows the emotional connection to people and those projects.
Right.
And the cool thing too about doing it in their Discord, and this is why I've done this, is it's really to keep people's retention in these quarters. So
Right.
it really brings people back. It helps create a really unique environment. So that's just one of our products, and another one that we use AI in is our automated newsletter bot. So we've created an automated newsletter bot that is
Nice.
backed by AI. So it really helps with construction of your newsletter, and it also helps, yeah, just with the structure of it. But the cool thing too about it is that it's got analytics as well, so it's not just text. You'll see charts and stuff like that of current stuff that's crypto related, NFT related, and it can be used every single day. It could be used every week. It could be every month.
Mhm.
It's really to enable creators. So it's not just businesses, it's not
Yeah.
just projects, but it's individuals as well. You can use this in someone's personal brand to really to provide an experience to people, and by doing different bots enabling with our already kind of engagement bot, it creates this very strong structure that each pillar helps the other pillar out. And
Love it.
again, it brings that retention back to that desired place.
Yeah.
And that desired place isn't just ours. We're trying to make other people's spaces better. So if it's Discord, or if it's a personal brand, it's bringing those people back and giving them a reason to come back.
Yeah.
And just if you just reward people with prizes, it's not always going to get that kind of what's the word, that you
Commitment
can only,
maybe?
yeah,
Or
commitment. That's a great word. You can get that user to that prize only to so much, right? Where if you have different values, it's not just monetary gains, where it's
right.
knowledge, it is useful products. That's when you really retain that retention with people.
Right.
And what we're trying to do is just make other people's communities better. And if we could do it within our own quarters, we know that it's going to sell and going to make other communities better, because we are the example. We have been the sandbox for the last year and a half, and it's exactly what we're doing. We're not only trying to make our place, our quarters and our Discord better, but other people as well.
Dude, I love it, man. And I think that's a perfect segue into what's currently happening. Love to hear whatever you want to share about. You mentioned it's a free mint, when mint, things that we can expect maybe over the next couple weeks, couple months. What does that look like?
Yeah, so I don't like to say when mint, just because there's so many delays that can happen in so
Totally
many
cool.
different areas. But I will say I'm trying to aim to mint within this next month.
Right.
And the first mint will be 222. We didn't do any collabs or handpicked absolutely everyone outside of our partnerships. Where I'm allowing our partnerships to do whatever they please with it. So like whether they want to handpick, do some raffles. Every partner that we've partnered with is someone that's or is a business that's been well respected in the space. So all of our partners are already established businesses within the space, and you know what, they got a good head on their shoulders. Who am I to say what you do with them? Just because I'm doing things differently, I like to give them
Right.
that opportunity as
But you
well.
vetted them and you
Yeah,
believe it.
yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh
Important,
100%,
right?
100%. I
Right.
only partnered with people that I saw as genuine builders in the space. So you'll see us with like the Plague, Space Riders, UA3, Saints, and there's still more to be announced. These are all people that are building actual product,
Yeah.
that are backing them and are very much care about their community. Everyone that we've released are very much community orientated around that, and
Right.
that means a lot to me,
Dude, I
because
love it.
we're going to be beta testing all of our products with them first too. So
Yeah.
we're scaling this in a way that, again, I feel comfortable with. And we're not just going to jump right into it. We're going to make sure that we perfect these things and ensure that they are of use and that they, you know what, are do what they are intended to do, right, at scale. Because it's one thing to do in your own Discord, it's another thing to start doing it at scale. And I don't want to just start selling something and then have some road bumps. So again, just taking the very calm approach, but I'm being very. It's not that we're like taking things super slow. It's that we're doing it at a manageable rate.
Yeah, and you're doing it intentionally too. I think
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
very important, right? No, fantastic feedback. I think that the next natural evolution of the question is so, and again, I always say this: number one rule as a founder, do not overshare or overpromise. It's the number one killer of founders in this space. So for the next 6 to 12 months, anything like what do you expect or what do you think about when you think about the future?
Yeah, yeah. And before I go into that too, is I'll add as well, all the products that I've been speaking about is either already complete or very close to being complete. So we are trying to innovate. We're trying to think of outside the box. So again, I'm not going to be overly public about those things just
Right,
because we're, you know, what I mean, we're trying to do new stuff.
right.
So yeah, so without going too much into detail, our first mint was not supposed to be hyped. I actually was supposed to underhype it. We've created quite a bit of hype around it,
Yeah.
but that came naturally. But yeah, so our first mint was supposed to be underhyped, just very personal, to the community, making sure that I can genuinely get a good feel on people. I feel like if our Discord had thousands of people in it, it would be really hard to figure out who's being genuine, who's being
Right.
disingenuine. So it is very small by design. We actually just hit 500 people in our Discord for the first time. So we could have thousands if I please, but it's just not. I feel like it would it'd be a lot harder to figure out who's being actually genuine. Underhyping our first collection, and we're kind of bottling up that potential and that hype because I know hype it can be created whenever. That's why I'm really focused on creating a sustainable and just a really good culture for everyone. So our next mint is actually going to be a widespread event that I can't go too much into detail right now because it's never been done in the space before, but
Love it.
it's using our products, and I believe that it is an incredible way to not only market our products but to get our name out there and to have a very innovative way to really grow our community and expand our community, right? Because any
Yeah.
successful business, they have to expand, right?
Yeah.
We can't just stay at 222 and think
Yeah.
that we're going to take over Web3.
Yeah.
It's we have to do this, and I'm trying to do it in ways that have never been done before. yes, there might be mistakes and stuff like that, but I honestly do believe the people that I've brought to this, like our partnerships and the people that I continue to speak with in behind the scenes, are the people that I need to make this a real success. And I think that we're on trajectory to do that. It is new, so you never know, but I'm very, very bullish on this, to be honest.
Yeah.
And we can go into it a little bit more on other talks, but I just can't go too into depth with it.
Dude, I love that you're already foreshadowing some other talks. So this is good because I'd love to talk to you. And, you know, with that being said, I think we have covered a plethora of information. I want to get close to be cognizant of time. We both are very busy. My son is not screaming yet, but he could be at any moment.
My daughter just started.
I've got one last question. I lied to you. I asked you 2 questions. This one is a softball. It's easy, but I always do this just because I'm genuinely honest in feedback and criticism or whatever you say. So, as you said, you've seen hundreds, if not thousands of Twitter spaces, been a part of hundreds of Twitter spaces. And now you've experienced the Midlife Crisis podcast and kind of our unique format. Would love to hear your thoughts about it. Any feedback from me? Have at it, man.
Honestly, it's going to be a lot of flowers because I really like how you structure it. You made me always feel comfortable, even though I was a little bit nervous. It's something new to do. So honestly, you've been incredible. I've been in a lot of Twitter spaces. I actually don't go to as many Twitter spaces as I probably should, just because I don't like the atmosphere that you normally see in those. It's very entertainment, belittling other people just to get impressions. It's just not my cup of tea, and you've never shown me that, and you've always been loving and caring. And honestly, that's the vibe that I love being around. And I have to love my environment to want to put myself in that. And you really you crushed it, man. I love it. I absolutely love it. I can't wait to do another one.
Yeah, dude, I appreciate it. Like, that is 100% what we're looking for. Like I said, our mission, bringing back the lost art of genuine human connection. And it means the world to me. Again, a little warm and fuzzy that you felt that way, because that's my intention. So I'm going to say my closing words, since you just gave me a bunch of amazing closing words, and then we will close it out and absolutely be doing something else in the future. I cannot wait. But I mean, dude, there's so many things that struck me over this conversation. One, I truly believe you could be a brother from another mother. 2, and I say this with 100% certainty, you are the type of person that is going to be a leader in the future in the space of Web3, because you are saying the right things. And the word that I was really thinking about as you were talking about the future in your project is, you're doing it with meaningful intention. And there's so many people that are not doing it. You can tell you've thoroughly thought out just even your initial rollout of 222, and you already have things to come. And then what you said about me is, you can feel the genuine love and the care part too. And it's so critically important. And I'll say, man, the last thing is, I hope we're friends for life. And on top of that, you've actually made me extremely more bullish that the last guy, the nice guy, can actually not finish last if we link up together. And I think I just found another one, and I'm ready to freaking grow together. And literally, this conversation is going to be having me go through brick walls all weekend, because I am so jazzed up to cut this together, and it's going to be amazing. So thank you so much, man. Thank you for your time, especially as how busy you are and where you're at of trying to mint here soon. It means the world to me. The number one thing I think everybody has that is the most valuable thing is time. So really appreciate it, man.
Appreciate you, man. And I, again, look forward to doing more of these, and I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see the clips. So
yeah. And with that being said, we are cutting out the Midlife Crisis show for the day. We have so many more cool ass guests coming up. I cannot wait to get the Imaginary Ones founders back on the show. They are genuinely some amazing people creating in the space. We're going to have some touch ups and many, many more to come. Cannot wait to see you all. Mikey G and Midlife Crisis. and my boy Blue are out.
Peace out.
And that is it, fam. All 4 hours and 40 minutes of straight podcasting. Appreciate all of you stopping by. Really, really cool to see the response for recorded podcast. We're going to keep this going. Man, Monday through Friday, at least, I have hundreds of hours of content. I can't wait to continue to share all of these amazing conversations with you. We have Zach James coming on next week. We have Pons coming on the Plague. And if there's a district space in about 15 minutes, I'll be there too. Stop by. We are also thinking about starting a space series with my man, my boy, Blue and DSK too. So much to come. Really, really, really just want to be serious when I say this. I appreciate and love you all. I hope you have a fantastic weekend, and we will see you soon. Mikey G out.